1 second. Ooh, maybe Discord audio works again. There's an update. Boom. Also, ding ding. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I put like my water, my coffee cup down, and then I didn't know where the fuck I put them. So I spent the last 15 minutes looking for them. I can't hear you on Discord, but I don't have audio turned on. God damn it, Popcorn. Good morning. You still in bed, dreaming of the market crash? No. I expected the market would bounce a little today. What I'm more interested in is it going to hold, which it might not. The yen is dead. It's in a pretty bad spot. Says the yuan. It's like 7.26 to the dollar. That's okay. The PBOC will just keep changing their target range, right? Everything's fine. I can't hear you on Discord either because I don't listen on Discord. Perfect. Are banks dead yet at 4.6%? There's increased risk. And no BTFP? That's probably a little bit tough. Kind of want to see how positioning's breaking down here. Because some of the in the money calls have already taken profits. So yeah, the vol is starting to turn up almost right away. Huh. EOS took a little bit of a plunge. See, what I think is because calls are so overpriced, it's going to incentivize call selling on what is apparently a rather weak test of 51.75, or well, 51.60, because the calls are so fucking expensive that everyone's going to want to sell them. Like, this shit is not cheap. $14 at the money. That's a bit crazy. What are consumers buying other than more expensive necessities? More expensive gasoline? Yields really liked the sales data. Yeah. Gas prices increased by like 2.1%, or, well, spending on gas. And then food and beverage increased by 0.5. Those are really sticky inflation points, right? And not a lot of the big performance gains we're seeing in automotive, right? So not people not buying a lot of calls or cars. They are buying a lot of calls. Um, but that's also not like a very good sign of a strong consumer, right? Especially seasonally. Like we're getting into spring. This is usually big car buying season, like now through the end of summer, and auto sales are down pretty hard. We have another smaller, probably less relevant data point coming up at I think it's 10 o'clock, um, with business inventories and the housing market index. So those that might be it may have some effect. Also, retail inventories ex auto. But the adjustments, like the seasonal adjustments to retail sales, were huge for February. New York State Empire Manufacturing Index, or Empire State Manufacturing Index, was negative 14.3. EU industrial production was way down. Not as bad as last month, but negative 6.4% versus the expected 4.2. So still quite a lot of weakness in production there. And last night, China didn't make any moves on their short-term lending facility, which was a little bearish. It wasn't as bearish as I expected it would have been, but I think HSI was down like 70 points. Discord's messed up. It's not the Discord audio. Discord's just fucked right now. You could try uninstalling it and reinstalling it. It appears that the problem is most pervasive on Apple devices. What's the NOPA crush report? I don't think it's gonna be relevant. It's like the seed oil manufacturing report. Or national oil seed penis association processor. National Oil Seed Processor Association. That's my fourth favorite type of oil. What a pretty good weekend. Thanks, Odorous Dan. Does uninstalling and reinstalling a port do the same thing? No. Good morning, Gherk. You too, Lawrence. Jensen Huang keeps baked soft goods and Tupperware. Producers? No shit, Sherlock. I like this chance to buy puts higher up and with a lower VIX. Yeah, yeah. Or calls. Maybe, I don't know. I would probably wait. This is tricky. Although I really want to short this. That's probably a huge mistake. Hmm. About 70 points. I want to add to that eventually. Vertical. Hmm. Double tap. Well, I like it when put prices go up on rising prices. Do you have AMD Greeks? Yeah. Gamma neutral, delta neutral are both at like 162, 3, right around there. But I'll double check it. Yeah, delta neutral 162.87, gamma neutral 163.34, gamma max 202. So it slipped below delta neutral this morning. Apple showing some signs of weakness. Looks like Nvidia's rocketing back up to test 900 for the 5,000th time. QQQ may be just a little bit weaker than ES, or well, NQ, a little bit weaker than ES. Tech's gonna drag its feet today, maybe. Tech had a lot of positive charm last week, going into the end of the week, so it makes sense that there'd be a bit of a pullback on that side. Gold's down a little bit. Dollar's back over 106. Fucking yields are just rocketing. God, I love volatility. How far can this fall? How would you feel about all the way to the bottom of the gap? That far? Maybe further. There's puts today all the way down to like 50-50. Bad? I feel bad about it. It kind of seems inevitable that yields have an effect here. When cat pits, um, good question. Not yet. I do a lot of lurking, and I know you're a day trader, but I'm curious if you have insight on macro view. I do a lot of macro analysis. Um, if you check my Twitter, a bunch of my macro stuff is there, like my write-ups on like the current macro environment. But I also every Sunday we do like a podcast style stream where we go over a lot of more up-to-date macro. How far can this fall? No, 20 years over 4.8. I told you. It's okay. You can say it, poopy pants. Go on. Your macro analyses have helped me learn so much. Thanks, slot machine. We don't do macro, we do zero DTEs. Yeah, but you need to understand how zero DTEs are affected by the macro, right? Don't call it a podcast, or I'll start expecting you to sell me purple mattress brand. No one will ever sponsor me. 2 weeks ago, I said Jerome Powell was chortling Yellen's balls. That's not really the kind of statement that sells mattresses. Although it should be. Hello, the tiny chainsaw people. The product was inferior. I wasn't gonna. I've got 6 figures this weekend, 100K. It's in Viet dongs, which is like $4, but I love the fact that I can throw around 100,000 dongs. You're not the only one who loves large numbers of dongs. Gray pubes. Some people even have trillions of dongs in their basement. For some reason, I just got the strangest urge to buy a mattress. Sounds like an Adam and Eve sponsorship in your future. I was thinking about approaching Ashley Madison if they still exist. And this episode of Pickle Financial is brought to you by me. First sponsor. Thanks, Baby Well Nuke. Any recommendations? Cloft. Cleft makes a good mattress. You could sling some blue chews. What's this macro you're talking about? Some kind of supermarket chain? Obviously, yeah. We used to use dongs exclusively for sniffing white when we lived in New York. Foreign currency hits different. So you were taking dongs up your nose? Your chortling talk has gotten me all hot and bothered. I need for more mattress to white on. I feel the need for more mattresses to white on. How many do you have already? USD JPY 154. Yeah, we're trading at delta neutral and the bond market's falling apart. Although bulls are getting a little bit of an edge here, which I don't like. I might want to stop out of this 0 DTE that I'm barely profitable on. If this doesn't fail, I'm gonna set a stop. I'm probably gonna get fucking blown out. $10. It feels a bit soft. Hmm. Weakness. There's a slightly lower high there. I wonder where the sellers are for ES. ES is rejecting like almost right off the prior trend. The big old head and shoulders. Gherkin very close to 155 on USD JPY. When will BOJ intervene and how? BOJ is only going to intervene in the event of like a big uptick in volatility. Supposedly. I feel like Bulls really powered through the recovery there. We're getting a decent number of sold puts, bought calls. Trying to buy calls up above 51.75. Yeah, I mean, they still kind of peak at 75, but there's a decent ramp up to it. If this sells off, that's going to be exceedingly bearish. Because let's see, under 65, there's almost no support. Not a lot of in the money call buying. Delta's just a touch positive. Hmm. I currently have 4 mattresses, so it's always good to have extra for emergency whiting sessions. Okay, you just throw them out when you're done? I was busy adopting more bunnies this weekend. What happened on the Sunday stream? We adopted some bunnies. I'm waiting to enter like 90% of my long TLT position when the 20-year is over 5%. I see you've changed your target slightly. Is the Tesla 15K employee layoff bullish? Are those just the employees from the factory that's no longer operational? I hate when you say BOJ. My brain hears BJ. That's because you've got a problem, hamburger helper. AC58, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Any thoughts on Cat? Risky entering above 370 to the downside a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of bouncing. To buy calls or puts today, a question as old as time. Well, if this trend line breaks, I'm closing the call side of my straddle or strangle from Friday. And then I'm going to really, really hope that we test 5,100. Because my puts are way the fuck out of the money. Yep, both. We need to close calls if we fail. Nice. Yeah, under 65 is pretty bearish. But they could always buy some in the money calls here to try to stabilize things. Boop. A loss of 5150 is probably going to unpin VIX again. So if we fail this, yeah, I would say 57 is really important. And then 57, I believe, is the EMA 30. Yeah, 51, 57, 44. So we bounced just above it. This might actually be like the EMA 20 test. I'm not sure though. The Carvana play is solid. Nice, man. His mind is in the gutter. His mind is the gutter. How do you think the ghost of Moonwind feels about being immortalized in that song years after his passing? He's still here. He became a pigeon whale like 5 months ago. He doesn't say anything in chat anymore. And then like once a month he just posts his like pigeon whale thing. I don't know what's going on with him. Can you have not have some accurate lines? If you do, draw one straight down. I'll make a note of that. I didn't see your DM. Poor TLT. They never had a chance, Dork. Jesus fucking Christ, the 10 years rocketing today. I can't wait for $1.20. Ooh, call selling's picking up. That's not bullish. Should I sell calls? That's double. That would be double bearish. Hmm. Maybe I'll wait. Yes. Selling options is illegal, Gherk. I know. Popcorn Trader told me. First, what's up, D-Gens? What's up, Max? When should I sell these Evergrande warrants? I'm up negative 1,000%. I mean, NQ doesn't look particularly good here, right? I would say consolidation there's much more bearish than it is on ES. Oil's not very supportive today. Gold's still chopping around 23.50. BTC moved up a little bit, so there's some risk on. Ooh, Euro's falling under the dollar. Oh, we got our report. Retail inventories ex auto have grown. Business inventory is growing. Yeah, that's not bullish. Housing market index is flat. Okay. Maybe that'll be enough to turn the tide here. C3 AI down almost 3%. I mean, it's not a real company. It should be down 100%. Under 70 is bearish today. Over 70. Flat gamma up to 52 makes upside violent if we break through DN. If we break through DN. A rejection off of DN, however, very bearish, right? More bearish under 51, 57, below the EMA 30. And then vol probably unpins below 51.50 where the sold puts are. Excuse me, oil isn't real. It's all chocolate milk. You should make me a stream card popcorn trader of the Hershey's milk cow, like the cow that's chocolate, flipped upside down with oil derricks on its rudders. Udders. Not rudders. Rudders are on boats. Udders. I do not know what you're talking about. You could 2 Google searches and you'll understand everything. I love a good udder. Inventories are growing, meaning people are selling less shit. Here's why that's bullish. Bazinga, probably. I googled chocolate rudder. That's going to be something totally different. I'm trying this new strat of confirming my understanding of the Pickles Picks breakdown. As we've seen, I've been very confused before. You're always confused. I just assume that you go through your daily life in a fog of confusion every day. Like you go to the grocery store and you pick out an item and you get to the cash register and you're like, what are the ingredients in this item? Why does it cost this much money? Do you think if I come back in a week it will cost less? I want to go build a cow-shaped boat. Okay. I didn't know you lived in Miami. I had the chat closed, but I was 100% right in guessing you were talking about AJ. Yes, guys, don't forget to close the chat and hit that like button for more comedy gold. I was making fun of the YouTube redesign, which is terrible. This is more like comedy chocolate milk. The new YouTube layout needs to go in the asshole design sub. Yeah, it does. Any DD on GoEV? I was long GoEV last week. It's on Reg Show. I think the company sucks, but it's on Reg Show after a reverse split, which means shorts might have greased up their booty hole. I think it's been on Reg Show 13 days. Well, actually, is it still on Reg Show? I should check that first before making any comments. It's not on Reg Show anymore. Lame. Fuck that. Piece of shit. Company doesn't make money. Yeah, I could do this every day. Oh, wait, I do. Huh. VIX 20? Well, VIX higher if we go under 5150 here. I wonder if I should put a stop on this. Yeah, probably. Dork, I assume you had the exact same contract I did, and you're also rich now. I made $260. Okay, fine. Would you stop buying those shitty contracts? GoEV is still on Reg Show? Where? Oh, it's NASDAQ. Yeah, that's right. Never mind. Yeah, so it still is on Reg Show. Eh. It's very early in the morning for me. Long 50? Oh no, this is bearish as fuck. I just accidentally set my stop in the wrong spot. Good job, Trash Panda. Might find some support around here, but probably closer to 40. Maybe not at all. Huh. Ooh, short it so bad. QQQ is just falling off a cliff. Hmm. What's IWM doing? Ooh. VIX 1720. Is 35 even support here? I guess 40. But we have a ramp down to 20. Like a decent one. 40 is a little bit supportive. If you had no position in gold, would you pick up some calls here? Maybe. I don't like that it lost 50 23.50. At least not right now. I guess I could still find support at like 23.37.20. Is that the entirety of the bounce? It still looks kind of bad. Okay, so support here. Yeah, that's not unreasonable. Maybe we could bounce back up to like 55. Should I stay long VIX? Yeah, I think I will. Mm. Is the market crashing? TLT is being crashy. Maybe a little. I mean, it's not crashy. It's just not bullish. You guys are so used to everything being 1,000% bullish all the time that every 40 BPS drop makes you think the market's crashing. I made actual money on puts, not calls. What's happening? So we failed the EMA 30 again. This is actually really bearish for like a continuation below the 50 MA. Not necessarily today, but yeah, that's kind of bearish. This may take a few tests. This is a really long-term trend. That's from like September. Yeah. Interesting. We'll see. Let's see if we bounce back and retest the... Jesus, fuck that vol short. Big gap. Should I be long here? Yeah. I don't think put side profit taking is going to drive us back into all of the out of the money call interest. Like 50, 55 is pretty reasonable, but we're going to need a lot more buying to get higher than that. So probably fail first before it picks up any kind of actual bullish trend. Boop. Gap at 55. Gap at 63. All right, let me look at some other things. Commodities are dropping pretty hard today. Yields are rocketing up. Dollar's up. Ooh. Correlation's kind of turning around. So they're trying to push the dispersion trade. Forward yield on vol just popped back above positive again. Jesus Christ, the carry trade's getting like leveraged to the tits, dork. We're almost back at the all-time high. Look at this shit. This was October, like end of October right here. We're so close, and indexes are only 30% higher. What are they buying with it? Leverage. Yields down, so they need leverage. They need more than leverage at this point. They need an active god. This is actually kind of frightening. That's okay, guys. Don't worry. Markets don't crash till after OPEX. Gherkin DeMarinos? Yep, I see that. Hey, dork. What if I told you that they use the carry trade to support the margin requirements for short volatility? And if I told you that, how afraid would you be? They're gonna kill Japan so they can short vol. I wish I could just one 30-minute conversation with Ueda. That's all I want. Nice, dork. Japan is gonna get us when they peg to the dollar. Or might force it. Why don't you send him a letter? People don't read letters. I mean, I know he's like 287 years old, but he's not reading letters. He just can't do anything without undermining modern monetary policy. Yeah, but it's a question of economic stability versus everyone else's monetary policy. I would read a letter. I know you would, Jen. Send him flowers. They were already screaming at 152 the FX market was making them unhinged. Now it's even worse. Check DM for rage bait. Oh, nice. Wait. Six stopped at 9, 5 stopped at 6, 7 stopped at 750. Am I reading that right? I never understand active trader order history. Exactly. Seppuku. Why do I feel like the bond market is like that annoying guy that comments under YouTube videos, like day number 400 of asking JPAD to do his job? That's Ekoversky. He's like, this is day 687 of the 3-month 10-year inversion. Well, you got to do them like that. You know, you can always publish a paper in a peer-reviewed journal. You're gonna make me vomit, Maeve. Gross. Like an academic? They don't know anything. Dog shit contracts to the moon. Stop going long gamma when vol's above 17. What's the IV? Hold on. Why does this keep doing this to me? So the fixed strike vol in the contract is 30 and you're longing it? Think your genius will be enshrined forever. No one reads financial peer-reviewed journals. What kind of weirdo would spend all night, 4 nights a week, reading papers on obscure financial research and market plumbing? What, like a massive fucking nerd would do that with their time? Shut up. I mean, Dork and JFresh only because I send them to them. Someone who wants to see Latinx representation of the Fed. Japan PM Kishida thanked the U.S. for upholding world order and said it's a lonely spot to be, and Japan will help the U.S. President Biden responded by saying he's determined to destroy the yen by end of year. Nice. Publishing words is what got him banned from Superstonk. People are very resilient or resistant to data or facts, especially in the financial markets. How mad would you be if someone just copy pasted your pickles picks and submitted it for peer review and publish? I would hunt them down and sue them for everything repeatedly. I don't care what the legal, even if the legal fees didn't match what I got back, I'd just keep suing. In the last 90 minutes, the DAX and the Euro stock sold 70 BPS, and the Euro sold off 30 BPS. It doesn't matter if you win. It's God, you guys are so poor. You don't need to win lawsuits. You just bankrupt them with constant legal pressure. It's about sending a message. I'm already bankrupt. This isn't the forum where you can declare that legally, though. What if they published in your namesake, Gherk, holder of Great Chongus? That's more tempting. The trick is to have more money than the other party to begin with. It's honestly fucked up that that's true. I can see you in court screaming only bankruptcy and objection. You can't bankrupt me. I'll represent myself. I don't have a real job. If you ever do, I'll edit it for you and do your citations. There was some Giga Chad from like University of Virginia that just copy and pasted me and turds like FTDDD and like FTD and ETFDDs and into an academic paper already and claimed he thought it all up. I figured, you know what? Let him have his masters. Wait, I live in Virginia. Was it you? I thought you lived in DC. Have you been lying to me this whole time? And you want me to trust you? How far do you think IWM can move down in the coming weeks? What's the lowest it's ever been? Somewhere above that. I thought people only moved to Virginia to dodge child support. I didn't know people actually lived there. Shoutouts to the DMV people in chat. Are we gonna do a big move soon again, or is this time to do some work? Well, we're consolidating a bit, but things look pretty bearish. Failure of the DN test is obviously not the bullish outcome here, right? I will say we could spend the rest of the day kind of I don't want to say we could be flat here, but we can probably still fall to 20, and then there we can end up trading flat. We'll see. The next really important break is 40. Another breakdown of 4140. From like the momentum side of things, that might take a minute. So yeah, I'm sorry, 5140. And I think before that, to the upside, like 5157 is possible. Gold question. Shoot. Has the treasury been dominating the Fed, resulting in mutual ball chortling? Uh, so there's this, like, some guys like to put like a little cage around their penis. J-Pow's into that. Yellen owns the cage. Any change in opinion on the price of gold moving down further over the short term, like the next week or two? As long as the dollar stays really strong, then there's some potential for gold to continue moving down. But currency risks are still very elevated, so I don't think it's going to move down a ton. Like, I know I got some profit taking, but like the like 2340, 23, like 2300 levels are probably still very supportive. I know a lot of people are calling for like a big mean reversion in gold, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think we've already seen plenty of profit taking from all the gold bag holders. I'm not kink shaming. I'm just being specific about the kink. When do you think this all blows up? Well, I mean, I don't know specifically because generally when you get into situations like this, something either breaks or something breaks and it's immediately fixed, right? And so, ooh, hold on. We'll just have to see. Interesting. I would say there's a lot of heightened risk. I mean, and that increases the likelihood of a tail event, but it's still a very small chance that something like that happens. I mean, I would say that the chances of just a continued standard correction are far more likely, at least in the short term. Oof, the 10-year got murdered. The 10-year is at 4.62. I assume you mean the price of the 10-year? Ooh, bullish. Nice. Look at VIX contracts actually going up. That's cool. See the breakdown of 5140, kind of important. We got a nice ramp here down to 5120. Will the banks survive a correction? Maybe not. I mean, we're currently testing how hard can they lever the carry trade to maintain their margin requirements as we go into SLD, which is just not a great look, right? Is VIX finally tradable again? I'm up 15, 22% on like a little cash VIX position. I think it might be. I'm kind of playing with the idea that maybe it is. I will say that the contracts are still lacking a little bit of intrinsic value, but it's getting better. They're starting to be priced a little more fairly. There's more risk. The MM is pricing that in. I heard Jimmy has a nice ramp to 0. Larry Chang calls it RC's revenge. Will I survive a correction? I don't know. Haha. You guys ever move your stop or like just have your stop? Oh no, they got me. You guys ever just have your stop like just like 10 cents away from the bottom and you feel like the gingerbread man? What's a stop? Exactly. Are they selling the 25? Ooh, they are. They're sneaky fucks. Hmm. me see how things look here. This doesn't look like a very strong bounce. Yeah, failed to regain 40. Kind of bearish. Would we hold 35 though? Call selling, put buying, picking up, even more. Yeah, I like this downside ramp. Lots of put volume. Nice ramp to 20. As long as we stay under 5140, we should be able to push through that. Then there's another ramp to 5100 if we break 20. So depending on how much momentum could pick up here, this is quite a lot of downside range. They're definitely going to try to stabilize it, but I'm not sure that's going to work out. Yields kind of aren't slowing. Dollar's still going up. I got stepped out of my gold positions last week. Do you think this is a good re-entry? I might add back to mine. Soon. We'll see. But I closed out enough to like cover all my cost bases on GLD and on Barrick. This got auto-corrected from vol shorting to vol aborting. I mean, short vol is trying to abort right now. There's just one guy running around a room full of computers at Citadel screaming abort. I'm at gold in general, not Barrick. I got stopped for like 100% profit on GLD and gold last week. Nice. I don't know. 2350 and 2300 both look like supportive ranges, so I can find support there. If there's a question on can gold move higher than it has, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just sold off on the psychological level, right? Like people started dumping on the 2450 test. There's a really good chance it could go right back there after a recovery. I just getting off the phone with Fidelity for a stop loss getting skipped from 375 to fill at a penny. They said it linked to Citadel as a market order. What the hell? Ouch. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's the risk of a market order. Always. It's super shitty, but What was it on? I mean, that's why you trade more liquid instruments. Or you try to trade more liquid instruments so you don't get fucked like that. Like fleshlights. XSP? Yeah, that'll ruin your day. Big old bag of shit. XSP is not a liquid instrument by any means. Why do you, okay, let me ask you a question. Why do you need tax treatment if you don't have enough money to play SPX? This is what I don't understand with people who choose to trade XSP over SPY. Like perpetually worried about capital gains. Fidelity doesn't let you trade SPY 0 DTE. Don't use Fidelity? I mean, the answer to that is far more simple than people seem to think. The answer is don't use Fidelity. It's a shit broker for options trading. Open another brokerage account. I mean, at the point you're trading XSP, I feel like it might just be better to trade like ES, right? Or MES. Because at least MES is liquid as fuck. I'm trying to unpour myself. That's fair. But unpour yourself in a better broker with a more liquid instrument. Otherwise, as you found out today, there's a very good chance that you'll just make yourself even more poor. Yeah, if you have that little capital, 1 DTEs are probably fine, honestly. XSP has its place, but its place is like I'm gonna buy a straddle and let it cash settle, right? Or, I'm the one selling the blown out spread, not not buying it. Using a market order on a 0 DTE is bad for any instrument. I mean, you're not going to get like a 1 cent fill on SPX unless it's like end of day or something, right? There's too many market makers bidding for the order for it to fall that far. Micro ES, yeah. One XSP is nice for hedging sold spreads too after a big move. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like if you're gonna let your hedge cash settle, then it's fine, right? Because you don't have to worry about the spreads if you're cash settling. Well, technically, hedging bears like a single bear call spread on SPX, your hedge is with like, especially if you're hedging it with like a long call, your hedge is significantly in excess of the leverage required for hedging like $250, right? Like say you sold the like 51 65 75 this morning, right? And we dropped to 30, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna buy a 5160 and hedge off my risk. This is ridiculous, right? This is just a $10 this is just a $10 spread. A lot of people make this mistake. This is something that's probably better hedged with like MES or like a less leveraged contract like SPY or something. Yeah, Bulls keep trying to get a leg up here, but it hasn't been working out for him. They're selling the fuck out of the 5130 and the 5125 strike, which means if we lose those levels, Vol's gonna spike again because all of the short puts are gonna pick up their bags and run away, which then increases the potential for momentum to drive us under 5120. Are you loading up on T? Not recently, no. I mean, I have drip turned on. I'm still scalping Google puts every day on upside moves. Doing okay, but wondering why it isn't dropping with QQQ. Is the options chain still stacked to the upside? Yes. Yeah, Google looked quite strong still yesterday when we were going over the Mag 7. It's starting to bleed off a little, but not enough. And it's in a very supportive range as far as like positive gamma and delta. You're selling at the money puts, zero GTE? Of course they are. They're leveraging everything to the tits to try to keep this from slipping down the ramp. I would argue that they're pumping the carry trade as fast as their total leverage is falling, or like their total margin is falling. VIX is still in backwardation. Mm. The 30-day vol is higher than the VIX futures contract in front. Ooh, we start squeezing some of these short puts. Let's go. Do it. Yeah. Todd, what, do? I keep getting bamboozled by these SEX bounces, thinking surely it can't go lower, and then it does 20 minutes later. That's fair. Yeah. Short vol's trying to, like, the short vol that came in to try to stabilize this is trying to not get squeezed out right now, but I don't think that's going to work out well for them. They are getting squeezed out. Should probably set a stop on this soon. We're at like 12:20. Huh. Mm, not a lot of profit taking there yet. Okay. Might get a little bounce here off of the 25. Careful. Oh, what did that fill at? Oh, nice. Okay, cool. See where this fails. A little bit of support there. Okay. Hmm. Very close to filling the entirety of that gap that we talked about earlier. I took profits. Buy for the win. Nice, dude. I think I want to go. I might fuck with that. 5112. I wish it didn't look so weak still. How much settled cash do I have left? 1,600. Higher low. Hmm. Hmm. Mm. I don't know if this call positioning has failed yet or not. I think a higher low here is bullish on the bounce. QQQ's got like a reversal setup going on. This is in a video a little bit. Ooh, Apple's pumping the shit out of Apple. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is that? Did they have news or something? Okay, Vietnam visit signals increased commitment to local partners. Well, that's fluff piece. Yeah, momentum's flattening out in a way here that could be slightly bullish. I don't think it's going to be very bullish, but maybe we could retest 40. Might need to double bottom first. No, at least double bottom on SPX. See if we do that though, this might slip. Give me 1 second. Hey. All right, what did I miss? Oh, fuck. That's not good. Hmm. All right. Grey Wolf Black, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Appreciate it, man. Do you think Gherk makes it down to his lobby or rich guy strolls? I'd say like 40% of the time I have to go to my lobby. There's no elevator available. So I just full tilt run down the stairs. That was a long call. My wife. Well, she wouldn't get off the phone, man. I don't know what to tell you. Nice you run down the stairs. Walking down is for psychos. Anybody who slowly ascends or descends stairs is crazy. Or old. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Then I guess she's happy. Everybody wins. You should buy a place with your own elevator. My house has a dumb waiter. Anyone still grind the handrails down the stairs? No. No, I don't fuck around with that anymore. I would break every bone in my body in 2 days. Injuries from stair accidents are common, so spending as little time on them as possible is a good idea. When I go upstairs, I always go up 2 stairs at a time and try to take advantage of my height. I do that every time I go downstairs at work. Or you go down 2 stairs at once? That's tricky. I'm impressed. You think Cat can break 365 this time around? That would be really cool. Know the slide? Oh, okay. Speaking of dumbwaiters, have I told you I used to be a restaurant manager? I'm an expert in the field of dumbwaiters. I'm talking about the tiny elevator, not the front of house stuff. But yeah, I'd imagine you are. I like to go downstairs so fast that I'm slipping on the edge of each one. They have to be the perfect height and slipperiness. Squampsk, resident of the pickle jar, likes to lay down huge piles of cardboard on his stairs and then just slide down it head first. It's usually after he consumes a large amount of parking lot berries, I assume. We're called servers now? Oh, whatever. I just want you to know that there are no high-end restaurants. I worked at a place with like a Michelin bib gourmand when I was in college as a bartender, and the other bartender fucked two of the cooks, and then one of the cooks stabbed the other cook in the middle of dinner service. They were both high on cocaine at the time. It sounds like a telenovela. This just sounds like a regular restaurant experience. Okay, Monday? Yeah, exactly. Don't come in here pushing your anti-monogamistic bullshit smooth, all right? No one wants to hear it. You have a higher number than average number of stabbing stories. I've witnessed a great deal of stabbings. I live in New York City. It's like stabbing central. Well, maybe Chicago too. What's up with New York City and stabbings? It seems common on the subway, little kids on the sidewalk, cooks in the kitchen. There's no boundaries? No. No. We spent time in the UK. Never went to South London or Chatham. Not really. I mean, I was a little kid. I mostly stayed close. I mean, I probably went to South London at some point. I don't remember it though. I lived in Westminster, so I was kind of posh, you know? Chicago's guns, New York is knives. You, Midwest, am I right? You are. Bull's starting to get a little traction. They're trying. I've made $2 on my calls now, which is probably the most I'm going to make off of them. But I'm still hoping for a retest of 5140. The problem is it's going to happen on crushing vol, which sucks. Your dad is the Persian ambassador to the UK? No, not at all. 90 DTE for 15C on GME is going for nearly $1. The return on a 50% gain in the underlying is absolute dog shit. Good. You turned that one around on me. Well done. I was like, oh fuck, not another GME bull. All I'm saying is that threesomes reduce violent crime. What if you're stabbed during a threesome? I guess then you're just having a good time, right? Huh. Alright, I'll take your thesis into consideration. Can we enter a full-time bear market soon? We just need to drop another 15%. 18? 18? Maybe 18. My high school has 4 stories, only stairs. We were changing class for every subject. It was literally a workout every 45 minutes. When I go up or down, I like to skip 1 or 2 stairs. My high school had, yeah, my high school was like five floors, I think. Same kind of deal. Dang group, up a whopping 6%. What, on my calls? I'll have you know I'm up 10.48%, Torque. As usual, I'm targeting 100% returns. I just got so wrecked on what? Oh, on my statement. Yeah, you did. You got burned hard. If you need to find a local burn center, Burn Centers of America has a website, and you can share your location with it. My graduating class was 80 people. Did you go to like a farm school or something? How high can we go? 5140 test? I think it's the next resistance to the upside. If we break that, 50? I picked a bad day to not ghost Kirk's day trades. Holy cow, this is like 3 for 3. I said I was gonna try to focus on growing this account. It's 4 for 4, by the way. Hmm. A little volatility there. Fucking bears need to calm down. Ooh, I wonder if they'll start pulling back short calls at 40 and 50. That'd be cool. Interesting. Big fucking capitulation. Bear trap? Fancy. Hmm. If vol turns down here, that's really bullish. Push to the upside on the consolidation. Definitely a concerted effort to get prices back up. I wonder who wins. Chips dumping. What puts at the bottom? But from your teachings, I'm not scared because I bought Theta. Okay. Did you sell anything against them to maybe protect yourself from the bounce? All right. Enjoy being a productive employee at STD Slot Machine. Congrats on the gains, dude. Tell on the 6 month action. We're pricing in even less rate cuts. Hmm. On the 6 month? How big of a tail? That's a big deal. If only someone had told us that inflation was coming back. Me, I told you that. Theta just makes a bad position expensive. My class in culinary school in Italy, we started with 32 people. Only 15 graduated, 7 cooks, and the other 8 chose professional bar table service. Huh. Are you proposing we hedge our positions? Do you know who you're talking to? People, I assume? Well, mostly bots. But some people. People and bots. I'm a Sears robot? Oh, Jesus. I'm definitely getting my $25 worth. Degen Port thanks you for today. Up bigly. Nice, dude. Question? What's up, man? Ah. It's fine. I think it's gonna fail anyway. Oh, do I go short here? Hold on. I will respond momentarily after I buy a put. Put. All right. You want to? Don't you dare pay a cent over MSRP. It's too late. I paid 20 cents over MSRP. This looks kind of shitty now. So yeah, the ES wick is ugly. Retest at 51.71. It'll take a minute. Hmm. Delta's still pushing up a little. I'm gonna fight the downside move. I don't want to stop out of this. $8? Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, lower high on ES. Rejected off of the 5180. This might take a while to break down though. The risk department does not approve unless it prompts. Then we knew you were fine all along. Best risk department, NA. Your PFix is up another 7%. I know. Don't listen to them, Greg. Don't take the loss. Right into the green grass fields of profits. Wait, why would it take a loss? Bulls are weak. Business idea: pirate-themed restaurant. At any point, someone can board your table and commandeer your food. Duel to the death encouraged. Nautical decorations. But we only serve hamburgers? Because what you're describing is Red Lobster, and that already exists. Got a solo cash, 3 successful scalps, rebuilding my port's going well. I really appreciate when you give us a bit of info for smaller premium plays. I usually try to include some stuff that's on. I mean, I generally don't do any like expensive, like, well, at least like expensive premium picks. It's pretty rare, unless I have like a really high degree of confidence in it. Like I think the last one I did that was really overpriced was like what was it? AVGO and then Booking. Those were both pricey. Odds we fill the rest of the gap today? I mean, that'd be cool. We'll see how this consolidation goes here, but I mean, I think it's starting to lean a little bit more bearish, but bulls are really fighting for the 35 level. So it's probably just going to take a lot of time. That's the breakup. So let's see if this fails. If this fails, that should give us some momentum, or it keeps breaking up, and that's very bad. 723 stop. $6 stop. That's the 40 test that we were looking for before. It's still a put wall there, right? Yeah. $51.42. Put buying's picking up, but it says call buying. Did downside gap at the breakout. See if call selling's picking up here. Ooh, a little bit. All right, we're getting some call selling. Time to double down. Sincerely, the risk department. Is there a relatively smooth ride to DN if they break 40? It's not that smooth, but there's a relatively smooth ride to 50. I don't know. There's yeah, 45. The whole range really, like 40 to 50 is got some defensive positioning. And right now at this peak there's some call selling going on, which means that bears are probably going to lever up puts after they sell calls, right? And then you find out, if the 5140 short puts and the 5135 short puts capitulate. If they do, we fail. It's very close. And then, I would assume on a move to the upside, that we would still need a lot more delta coming in to drive us through the resistances. There's a lot less cover bid down here below delta neutral, right? And remember, on all those red candles, the MM's selling into falling prices. So if prices slip, like say we lose like $2-3, that's gonna drive more market maker selling. How do you know it's call selling? Is it gut feeling? No. Just data. Special fancy data. You could look at the time and sales if you wanted to, and try to interpret the bid ask there, but I don't think that's all that accurate. I don't have a Bloomberg terminal. Gross. $20,000 a year to look at the same shit everyone else is. Losing 40 here. So 40, 35, kind of neutral. If we fall below 35, filling that gap, we could get a downside continuation. Vol's starting to pick up again. So we're getting a little bit of that short put capitulation that I talked about, right? They're getting spooked. Probably at 40. And then what you really want right here is you want short vol to capitulate in a decent number in size. There you go, use FinTwit words. You gained 40. Oh, the battle continues. Lame. That's got a little bit of momentum. Hmm. Still bullish consolidation here. That'd be the thing that I'm most worried about. But progressively weaker breakouts. Ooh, VIX just went under 17. So many ups and downs today. It's glorious. I really hope this fails. That'd be awesome. Bulls have a little edge, but Delta's still really negative. I think if we lose 40 again, we're probably gonna get more short vol capitulation than we did last time. But if it breaks up, I think the momentum. I don't know, actually. The breakup doesn't look as strong. Maybe just double top. Welcome to Dillionaire. Message retracted. Who did this to me? I can't even find it. The video looking like trash? I mean, failure at 90 again probably isn't very bullish. Let's see how QQQ looks. Oh yeah, QQQ looks like it's about to reverse. Getting a bunch of blow off volume here at the top. They fucking pump Apple again? Yeah. What's going on with this shit? Why is Apple the poster boy for Mag 7 pumpies today? I have to say, this is the best hobby I've ever had. 500 plus in my underwear. Nice. The most recent AI news number. Round robin. Oh, you mean Apple? Because people want an iPhone 20, Gherk. Can't go out of business beforehand. Apple joined the AI hype train last week. Prior, it had no AI exposure. Yes, it did. They said AI a bunch at their last two earnings calls, and the stock tanked both times. Because the reality is, Apple's a giant value trap, and no one really wants to own it. The last time I made $500 in my underwear, it was a difficult time in my life. We've all been there. Don't be too hard on yourself. And if you're in your underwear making money, don't let anyone else be too hard on you either. Unless you're into that. Dork, my dreams are gonna come true. My overpriced put for the win. You're a bard sometimes. Thanks. I should give up and also just stop pumping fucking Apple. If this triple tops, I'm gonna be so disappointed. No, go back down. so that failed. This is slightly bullish now. Unless it fails again. Ooh. I feel like the longer this drags on, the more short vol there's going to be to squeeze out to the downside. Like short puts, right? Like the more they keep failing this, the bigger they make a potential drop. Recently I got an iPhone 14. My last was first gen iPhone from 2016. The phone was not really good and I returned it and I got a 13. Not worth it unless you change it like I did. Jesus fucking Christ, why did you make me read that? I love how markets are always just 1-0 DTE pump away from being super bullish for no reason. Yeah, but it's right in the veins, man. That's so dope. Woo! Exciting, right? Gotta. Otherwise, these like $1 price moves would be really, really boring, wouldn't they? Apple users are mostly virgins. I would argue that the iPhone has been used to create more amateur porn than any other device in the history of man. Gork 2022 price action is coming, and I'm ready to see your chest hairs. I don't have very many of them. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a hairy guy. Our house has 2 iPhones and 2 kids. Are they your kids' iPhones? They have a cell phone for children. It's called like a jitterbug or something. Are they your kids? It's not like Atomic's kidnapping children to get extra iPhones. The jitterbug is for old people. My parents attempted those. I think they're for little. Aren't they for little? They have like one button. I tried to convince the guy at the cell phone store to sell me one. I was like, this seems like it's perfect for emergencies. No, no, no. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. Firefly, Jitterbug. It's just like a little flip phone, right? And it's got like a home button. And then like an emergency button. And that's it. Hold on. Epic Pen's fucked right now. Like that. I swear to God. Are we gonna bounce again? What the fuck? Oh, this is bullshit. Just fucking fail already. What is this nonsense? Yeah, like that. Oh, gap down. Shortfall got freaked out. More of that. Let's go. Gherkin is a genius. The risk department knew he would be fine. I'm still $3 underwater, dork. That's a big gap. It's not a small one. Come on, short puts. Hit that stop loss. Where is it? It's gonna be like here, right? 38.20. Boom. Ah, I feel like Kenneth. That right in the veins comment? Yup. Does Shortfall realize they're fighting the entire global financial market? It's okay. They've leveraged the third largest economy in the world. I think the rest of the short vol capitulates at like 51.33. So we need to drop a bit more, but it's begun. Selling begets more selling. Like the Bible. I think that's in the Bible, actually. Everything I do is kind of hot, Jen. But not definitively hot. That's what adds to my air of mystery. They leverage the largest economy or the largest conflagration of absent-minded pension funds. I thought it was the modesty. There's none of that. You've come to the wrong place. En la biblioteca? My terrible entry rewarded. Yep, there we go. 51.33. Now we get more short vol capitulation. Next one's 25. No, don't sell vol here. Keep buying it back. Yeah, there you go. Very good. Short vol abandoning ship. I just want to test 5111 again. I don't think it's too much to ask. Hmm. Right there. That's what matters. Yay, big Vic spike. Let's go. Yeah, another gap down. Fuck yes. Pull it all back. And we're in the money. Mm. I just I just love the financial markets. It's the most entertaining $5 I've seen you make. $5 so far. What's the Metallica song with the freight train? It popped into my head, but I can't remember the name of it. I hate Metallica. Stock God. Thank you so much, Taco Squire Gordon. It's called Freight Train by Metallica. Unforgiven. Thank you. Wait, no, it's not. No Leaf Clover. That's what it is. Enter Sandman is also appropriate. No, it's not. James Hetfield singing a bedtime story is never appropriate. Dork, all the short puts are squeezing off. Why should we stop here? There's no reason. Just more downs. VIX to 20. Let's go. Yeah. Squeeze out the 5120 short puts too. And then all the ones below it. Put your options chart on the 1 minute. No, it's too violent. Oh, they got me. Yeah, how much did I make off that? I think I'm out of settled cash now because the options are fucking super overpriced. Like almost $5. Might find some stability here at 5120. This is kind of the end of the ramp. And then there's resistance at 15. Unless short puts keep squeezing off. Which, if that happens, we're going to fall even harder. This is also... ignore that. This is also support on the futures trend. Continuation's definitely possible, though, right? Because this would be the breakdown of the head and shoulders. Oh, there it goes. We got the continuation. Fucking stop me out. Son of a bitch. Oh, wait. It's stabilizing. Maybe I won't feel so bad about my decision. Hmm. I've seen that video before. Fitting. Nothing wrong with getting that green. I gotta figure out how much I made today. Because I've really been just focusing on trading this. So I think I made, let's see, so I made 1,720 on, what did I have this morning in here? 5,000. Can we shit again? Yeah, if short vol to the downside squeezes off more. So if we get more short put capitulation, but we won't get that unless we fall back under 20. So you can just keep an eye on the 5120 strike. That's what'll matter. It's like 33%. That's not bad. Oop. We broke 20. That's bearish as fuck. Play the song to monetize the stream. YOLO. I still have my puts from Friday. I haven't closed them yet because they're at 51.10. Although I will say getting the call side $50 in the money this morning was awesome. Nice, Newport New Me. Well done, man. One of the top moments of the stream was when you were playing the music YouTube provided to the streamer and the stream got taken down. Yeah, that was my favorite. It's like, hey, use all these cool songs in your stream, but also get a DCA takedown. The best. Dork, I increased the portfolio by 34% today. Same? Nice. That's insane. Are you just copying my trades? Are you ghosting me? That's like too same. Hey now. Whoa, whoa. I know you're not. I saw your trades. We need to close under 51.11 to begin confirming the break of the longer trend. Yes. 34% total? Yeah. 34% on what was in this account. It's like 1,720 on 5,000 in risk, roughly. I probably could have just not done the VIX trade and the SPY trade and just leveraged like SPX a little more, and I would have done a bit better. I think I'm out of settled cash now. Yeah, I have like $9 of settled cash left. I really want to sell puts here. I know it's a terrible idea. Maybe I'll just wait. See if I can sell them with VIX a bit higher. Maybe I'll sell the spread for tomorrow. Powell's speaking tomorrow, so there should be some neutral positioning coming in. What are you thinking to add to your QQQ puts? I don't know. I probably should have earlier today, but I forgot I had them. I think I'm gonna... I don't know if I want to cut Palantir yet either. What date are those for? Ugh, gross. 2 failed breakouts on the trend. What a piece of shit. Hmm. Oh yeah, I didn't trade this because I don't have any trades. That's why I didn't fucking add anything to it. This is the 4th time in a week I've sold my put too early. This was rough. Like this fucking waiting that out. That was, I mean, if you got stopped out there, don't feel bad. I took on way too much risk to, like letting that one run. Nvidia's gonna lose 880. 5100. What happens after that? Beartown? 50-50. We could still bounce at 11, right? That's still like a huge, huge technical level. Nice, dude. If Nvidia loses 880, where's the next support? 840? I think. Let me double check. Yeah, like 842 at gamma neutral. There's probably a little like the psychological levels, like 75 and 50. No, I didn't start this account with 5K. It had like, I don't fucking know. Hold on. Look. I started all of this with 2000 last year, and then I've blown it up like an unreal number of times. Trying to get used to trading PDT, but the cash account was started with $500.
which I transferred over from the margin account. PDT's actual dog shit. It's the stupidest fucking limitation I've ever run into in my life. It forces you to plan longer term trades, but it's stupid. Because those are like more capital intensive to manage. So it's counterintuitive. Can you add non-margin versions of options plays to the daily pickles picks? I mean, you can just. I mean, what do you mean? Like, you just buy, like, if it's long, then you would just buy a call, right? Or if it's short, you would buy a put. You just wouldn't be hedged as well, and you'd be taking on significantly more risk. Yeah, you have to be above 25K to avoid PDT. It's not counterintuitive if you just assume it's there to keep retail out of trading. My biggest problem with PDT, and I've gotten the account like pretty close to breaking like above that like 10,000, 12,000 level where you really need to like start levering up, is that you can't scale. Like, you just have to do the same shitty low value, like low risk low reward trades for months and months on end. um and because if you try to scale even a little bit, you'll run out of trades to hedge it and you'll get blown up immediately. Yeah, and you can't make any well, you can't make mistakes with like accounts with that little capital in them. Your margin for error is super low. Long story short, zero DT and small accounts is the way. If you can manage risk, yeah. That's, I mean, it's just the like de facto best way of growing capital on smaller port sizes, but your risk management has to be on point. You can't let any losers ride, right? Because you'll just blow up immediately. Like, two bad trades and you're fucked. Straight to zero. What I'm happier about with the margin account is that despite multiple 95% drawdowns, I've never had to deposit more money into it. Are we testing 5100? We're testing 5111. This is a huge level, right? This is, yeah. You know, this is the Feb high, right? This is a reversal on the monthly if we close below it. It's also a breakdown of like the September trend on the monthly, which is a big fucking deal. But yeah, that would be a confirmation of a reversal. The only problem with that is if we go out to like the 1 week, um around like the 50-50 level, that's a correction, right? Like, we've officially done like a standard sized correction from our high. And so that's really like 5111 is really important. It confirms the reversal, but 5050 confirms how big that reversal will be, right? We can find support there. We could bounce over a few weeks before returning, right? Or continue up. There's definitely still range to the upside, right? But if we lose 5050 and we start dropping, things get really ugly, right? Then we're looking at like the 20 EMA down here at 49.75 on the weekly. If we lose that, you're talking like a full mean reversion, like 4,700, maybe even like 4,600. Right, and that'd be like a 12% drop from where we are now. But level by level, right? That's the best way to play it. We're not in like a full scale crash or anything. No one needs to do anything stupid. We're not even below delta neutral yet. I'm up pretty good on the day. I don't want to overtrade, but I see more downs incoming. That's possible. I mean, I think this technical support is important enough that we could bounce off it again. If we bounce off 5100 instead, like we bounce lower, that's really nice confirmation for like the rest of the week. Also, if we fall below 5100, we lose a shitload of the supportive charm into the Friday expiry. Why did they change their mind from pre-market after hours? They didn't. They just leveraged the illiquid environment to pump the market, right? And then they just ran into a brick wall of sold calls at market open. That's the problem down here is that the advantage in the yield shifts, right? People want to sell the delta because the market maker is net negative on it, right? So if you're selling calls now, the market maker is working with you. Whereas, in a positive gamma positive delta environment, when you sell puts, the market maker is protecting your sold puts. Right, so it shifts, and when that shifts, it's really bearish. So it's the opposite, before above GN, you drop and the market maker supports the drop and they buy the weakness, right? Which kills the downside momentum. Now the market maker sells the they're selling into the resistance, right? And so everyone wants to go short calls, and that's going to drive the hedge down. And the market maker is going to sell. GLD's ripping. Yeah, it's making a nice little comeback. Support at 2340. I would still say it's just kind of consolidating unless we break out back above 2400. We're deep in the sauce, Mikey. NVIDIA does look terrible on the 1 hour. You're not wrong. Should look at it on the daily. It's an even bigger head and shoulders. Do you want to talk about why SPX VN is so high? So because people are running out of short vol. and that drives VN up. So before, when everybody was shorting vol, VN was contracting and falling under gamma max. And then once everyone started bailing and deleveraging the short vol, VN rose, right? And gamma max stayed kind of flat. That indicator's moderately bearish. Like it takes a long, like it's over a long period of time. It's more of like a macro signal. I would say it's kind of like well, it tells you a lot about option sentiment in the underlying, right? On indexes at least. This is very specific to European options, but like it was like a couple weeks ago where I was like, yeah, VN's moving up above GM, right? And that's a really strong indication that short vol is pulling back, or at least moderating their positioning, right? And since short vol drives all the leverage that is pumping the market, when short vol starts to pull back, there's less leverage. And part of that is also, tightening financial conditions or reducing total marginable leverage, right? And then falling prices increase margin requirements. So it all ties together, but it's a signal of that. Understand, like if you really understand market plumbing, and how institutions hedge, DN, GN, VN, GM, they're super, super valuable. They are still interpretive, but they do give you a lot more information than just a number. Plumber here? No clue. Did you enter part of your AMD position? I entered a bunch of it at open. I asked for the regard explanation of DNGN, but you've not translated to meatballs so far. So you have your sauce. Here, hold on. Here's your sauce. Right? And that's figure the surface of this sauce is your delta neutral, right? Um and here's your meatball, and you're holding it up above the sauce. And then you just let it go, right? Just free fall meatball. And so delta neutral is kind of where it hits the surface of the sauce. And then once your meatball is under the sauce, it's much harder to push your meatball back out of the sauce. The same surface tension that was supportive here has become a resistance here. What do you think of that? I just got back from making a cup of coffee. What did I just walk into? I just explained delta and gamma neutral with meatballs and the surface tension of pasta sauce. With or without the pasta water? Where would you put pasta water in a tomato sauce? What are you doing? Honestly surprised this isn't bouncing hard. I feel like you didn't listen to the thing I just said at all. Did you not understand the meatball analogy? Meatballs don't bounce. Well, they could bounce on the surface of the sauce, but they can't bounce from under the sauce. So a meatball that's under the sauce needs to be lifted out of the sauce. We're gonna start complicating the meatball. Let's not do that. Based on where we're at, how much can the meatball sink today? That's kind of near the bottom. Yeah, that's almost at the bottom of the pot. There's maybe a thin layer of sauce stuck underneath the meatball. 1 second. Well, that was exciting. Still digging for support. How does the metaphor extend to the gamma charts you post? Steepness of the hill? Yeah, yeah. The more vertical, the faster price can move in that range. That's not really as applicable, but it's a similar idea. It's like gamepad controlled DIY submarines. The deeper in the sauce you are, the more PSI is exerted on you from the weight of the sauce above. Yes. And then as volatility increases, the sauce becomes more dense and viscous. But we're not going to get into that part. How thin was the sauce layer at the bottom? Exactly. I think you can see that for yourself, can't you? I just found a hair in my sauce. It's not gray. This looking like a saucy bottom breakup. Catching some bubbles. Surely we're not going to form such an elegant bottom near 11. I'm poised for the hunt. Seems like a pretty stable bottom. I told you guys it's a really important technical level. Like big deal. I could definitely see it taking us a couple of tests to break, if not more. I think I mentioned that last night. I don't know about Ving, but we could move back up to like 25, 30, maybe even 40. Although that's maybe kind of questionable at this point. Losing 20 is going to make the 2025 level more important resistance. So 2025 is now what the prior 40-45 was. Close both legs of my straddle for 10%. Nice. Do you ever look at this type of price movement as an opportunity to leg into the call side of tonight's straddle, or just wait for end of day? Sometimes I leg into them, but honestly, like a lot, just as often as you think it's a good idea to leg in early, it can be detrimental. Like you have to be extremely confident of the direction and price, right? And then at that point, should you really be buying a straddle? Like if you're that confident this is going to move up, why aren't you just buying a call and then setting an at the money straddle at resistance when there's more confusion about the direction of price, right? SPX with futures. Although there might be some reciprocity there. I was confident the market was going to go down when the banks failed. You weren't alone. Well, that's what hedging's for, right? You admit to the possibility that despite your confidence, you could be wrong. Never. Pa. I feel like I've given you guys a very lopsided interpretation of how the market works. The vast majority of market participants have no idea where this is going at any given time. And I told people, yeah, the market is a bag of wet trash. It will crash. Might take 10 years, though. I don't think it's going to take 10 years. In another universe, the market did crash and banks failed, but in that same universe, the Fed didn't bail them out. You think HubSpot would be a good short? Valued at 25x book. I'm a marketer, and they seem quite desperate to get new clients in. Didn't they have a merger or like there was talk of like Google buying them out? Could be. Let me see how they're prepared to deal with tighter financial conditions. Got a quite a lot of growing debt on their books. Um, it's I mean their debt's growing at a pace below their total asset growth, but and their cash flows are improving moderately. That doesn't look too bad. Net income has not turned positive, however, and their margins may contract further if we get another slowdown in the business cycle. Yeah, but it could be. I mean, I think there's some risk there, right? Like a Google buyout offer could really fuck up your short position really quick. And that rumor has been circulating for a while. So while I agree they don't look good, they don't look like they're in a good position um to handle tighter financial conditions. Google may come in and buy them before those financial conditions hit in order and present an offer in advance of that in order to keep them from accruing more debt. Because if Google wants to buy them, they definitely don't want to pick them up after they've racked up another billion in debt, right? Yeah, no problem, man. Maybe the answer there is like long hub, short Google, but you don't know how the buyout offer. You don't know if it's gonna be like a share buyout. It probably would be. But if nothing came to fruition, I mean, you'd be closer to break even. And then if the buyout did go through, you'd make a bunch of money, right? Because if Google was offering stock for the buyout. You know, HubSpot would obviously increase in price, then Google would drop. Retesting 511. I mean, that sell off like not a good look, right? We start pressuring this, opens up 5100 to 5080. Lots of clients dropping their minimum 30K a year suite. Interesting. I'm sure that's the backbone of their business too. Didn't retail sales still have a bit of a bullish angle in the form of discretionary spending still being high? It's really not. Retail sales was mostly dominated by gasoline, and food and beverage costs. So I mean, also, you know, automotive was not good, which is, you know, that's a huge part of the durables market. So I think people are spending more, but they're spending more on necessities. And that's, you know, that's going to take away their discretionary buying power. Not to mention, I mean, we have a lot of other things weighing on discretionary buying power anyway, right? Wages aren't wages aren't continuing to increase with the increases in inflation. I'd try to get a raise now, Gen, before it all goes to shit. SGE is pretty bearish for Google short term anyway. That's why it's not released yet. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, so maybe that is the play. Maybe it's like long hub, short Google. Move that screen. Which one? Oh, you want more downside range? Sure. The biggest issue we're running into here is this is, you know, we're kind of in a range without a lot of down like without a lot of momentum, right? Like there's 5115, 5110. Options interest is pretty mellow. If we fail 5105, that opens up some range. But yeah, at this price, it's I would say that momentum is pretty stagnant. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of options to accelerate price action either way. And you have the overall effect of the, you know, the market maker, but that might not be enough. A lot of that's just going to be netting, especially if we're trading flat. Just got one. Trying again this fiscal year. They keep giving me more people to oversee, so maybe, yeah, I'd push for it because, you know, if we start getting big cuts in government spending, I assume your job is local government. If we start getting like big cuts in government spending, that's going to affect like subsidies to cities, municipalities, right? And as those subsidies get trimmed down, that's gonna reduce the rate at which raises are seen in for, you know, civil servants. They already began hiring freezes. Yeah, that sounds about right. I would say that the risk of that is higher if like the current incumbent stays in office. because that's that. If Biden gets a second term, that it'll be all about addressing spending, right? But if we switch to the Republican Party, they're gonna probably want to spend a bunch right as they get into office, right? And so, at least historically, that's how it works. They began hiring freezes, and some projects are beginning to be delayed because of funding. Interesting. Israel saying prepared to have an imminent attack on Iran. Oh, son of a bitch. Glurk, is this the end? Maybe. Oil's still at 84. 5100's probably a support. News like that might get us to 50-50 today. Well, depending on how actionable it is, but yeah. Netanyahu asked defense forces to provide target options. Those options include a potential strike on a facility in Tehran or a cyber attack. According to officials familiar with high-level discussions, Washington Post. Israel's Channel 12. Israel's objective is to hurt Iran without causing all-out war. Israel wants to embark on action against Iran, coordinated with the United States. Hmm. Through Goldman Sachs conference call notes. There's a number of large IPOs. The company expects solid levels of debt underwriting to continue this year. There'll be significant demand for AI financing, which will be a tailwind for its business. Last year's CPI printed lower market expectations for Fed rate cuts, continue to see headwinds in commercial real estate and geopolitical risk. The company expects to grow its assets from roughly 130 billion to 300 billion over the next 5 years. Hmm. Oh, Williams spoke in the pre-market. Monetary policy is in a good place. Labor market indicators are moving in the right direction. Thinks rates will be cut this year. Policy is restrictive. Shrinking balance sheet and monetary policy are different objectives and can move in different ways. Okay, so just nothing, no big surprise there. Tomorrow we get Powell speaking. Gherk, free the VIX. The VIX is loose. It's loose as a goose right now. Is Burke B gonna finally drop $50? I use HubSpot and Salesforce. I'm looking to drop HubSpot. Hmm. Interesting. The meatball is in it thick. Yeah. No rate cuts in 2024. NVIDIA 800. Yeah, why not? That seems reasonable. Doesn't matter how good NVIDIA is doing if the people who buy their chips are going under, right? Win bottom 50.75. 50.50 today for shirt off. I'm taking my shirt off at 50-50. Although I am happy my 5110s are in the money. It's very exciting. I'm just gonna toe ring them. Well, I'm not really toe ringing them. They expire Friday, but I'll hang on to them. This does look like we're getting continuation. If we need to close below here today, don't forget. Not just test the breakdown, but close below it. We have range down to 50-50, but I would say 50-80 is the next support. If I have a 3-year time horizon, it seems like now's the time to move all my money into HYG. Big maturity wall starts this month. We're in the buyback window. I think you have way too much faith in the the American economy. Like I know AAA spreads haven't, or A plus spreads haven't moved much, but they can. And they can stay underwater for a long time. Remember, on the backside of this poopy, and I know everything in finance has trained you differently. I've gotten all the same training, right? But there isn't always a free cash cow on the other side of this. There's like, where's the bailout gonna come from, right? That's the big question with this, with the current dynamic, is like, who's gonna print the money to get us out of it? Like, what if AAA spreads just fall apart and then just keep widening for fucking 5, 6, 10 years? What if our economy has to recover on its own? Imagine that. Gherk, are we crashing? We're moving down in price at a nice clip. Don't. Is this the part of the Big Short movie where we're supposed to call our moms? We'll see. We're not even below delta neutral yet. Calm down. Don't forget that 50-50 is just a standard correction, and a bounce from there is, well, the probability of a bounce from there is quite high. Dork, the MM's gonna go long Vana if we drop anymore. I mean, I'm only partially kidding. If we lose 50-80 soon, the MM's gonna go long Vana. It might already be very close. Yeah. Really 50-90. I got puts, what do? That's about it. You and everyone else. Tootsie's got expensive. Yep. Violent bounce on put capitulation somewhere in here. Watch the 50-80 level. If we break back up to the upside of 50-80, the 0 DTE puts might fall off. Okay, I'm gonna close some of this fucking strangle off. This is ridiculous. I gotta take some profits here, right? Yeah. Went from negative 30% to plus 130% today. Something is very wrong. Just right, I think is what you mean. Gonna break 5,000 if we lost 50. Let's drop below 80 first, and then we can worry about falling to 5,000. This can still recover here. Is yen just getting totally fucking rocked right now? Jesus Christ. Dirk, forward yield on vols 8%. Just tuning now. Any idea what this dip might be related to? I mean, there's a lot of geopolitical risk, but the forward yield on vol convexity is at like 8%. So you're getting a lot of demand for long vol right now. Mechanically, we've lost several key support levels, and we've driven a shitload of short puts into the money, which is pushing the MM long Vana, which means that the MM would be buying short dated puts to hedge. Red candle, no shit. I spent half a week worth of my gross pay on a few spy contracts. Thank you. Nice, Jen. Well done. I made 500 of my new baby port. It's not 1700, but we take 10% in one day. Thanks, you big softy. I don't know what you're talking about. If so, what range? 5180 would back to 5100, I would say, to stabilize the drop. And then they could try to pump higher from there, but this looks bad. I mean, look at the fucking forward yield on vol right now. Look where we were in October. Like bottom of October, when we were about to crash. And the 10-year is just fucking rocketing. 4.626. Dixie's up. Euro's at 106, which is rough. Yen's at 154.15. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month are breaking down really fast, so we're seeing a big breakdown in dispersion. They're leveraging the fuck out of the carry trade. Since the beginning of April, they've increased leverage on the carry trade by 11%, 10%. Nice, good Godfrey. Yeah, I took a little bit of profits on my 5110s here because it's just like it could bounce, right? And then I think if it does, my next stop is gonna be set at where should I set it? 85. I guess if we get back above 85, we're out of the shit. Let's see what's going on with the dealer positioning. Yeah. I think if we can climb back out of here. Back above 80. The MM won't have to go as long vol. Are we not gonna have banks anymore soon? I mean, we will. They'll just be socialized. Are they selling 1 DTEs? Probably. They're probably selling 1, 30, 45. Anything they can fucking get liquidity for, right? They need to get vol down. Bad. USD JPY over 154? Yeah. Yeah, USD JPY looks terrible. We're getting back to like the 90s. This is like the early this is actually like the early 90s yen levels. Time to buy tickets to Tokyo. Time to just like buy property, like real property in Tokyo, right? When put capitulation back to 5150 tomorrow. No reason for puts to capitulate here unless we can get back above 5080. Otherwise, we're just gonna get more put buying, and it's gonna be short dated, and it's gonna be they're gonna be being bought by the MM. Japan's readies antitrust suit against Google's ad business. Huh. Weird. Who cares? I mean, I guess someone cares, but it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Out of cash, but up 600, almost back to my high last week before being dumb. See you tomorrow. Try and save 50-50 for tomorrow, please. Yeah, it's looking more and more like today. We needed that bounce. That was falling back below. It's pretty bad. Is this mostly a reaction to Israel? I don't think so. I think it's, well, I mean, it's mechanically driven. Some of it's a reaction to Israel, but it was already happening, right? So the Israeli shit is just increasing risk premia everywhere, and that's just accelerating the thing that was already going on, right? Like financial conditions were already tightening, and then geopolitical risk is just accelerating the pace of that. There's a lot of other things at play too, right? Like you have like a dollar dominance thing going on right now, and more central banks are veering away from the Fed policy, which is going to encourage even more buying of the dollar, which then that hits multinationals, tightens spreads, right, or loosens spreads, right, and so you kind of get like a you get like dollar FOMO. This is the easiest way to describe it. That's one of the reasons gold isn't performing as well right now, because the dollar is performing so strongly. We still got 2 hours of this. Yeah. Israel's been saying fucking shit all day. This is from Israel's military chief of staff. There will be a response to Iran's launch of so many missiles and drones towards Israeli territory. Of course there will be. The question is, are they going to strike Iran directly, or are they going to strike, like, Syria, right? So, SPY 500p for 19th I bought today. Do I take the PDT, or do I hold my 150% gains? You could sell something against it, which would be a third option. Like you could sell the spread and lock in some of your profitability without burning the PDT. But yeah, I mean, you're gonna lock in less. But then you could if we continue down, you could buy that spread back. I hate stop losses. It should be named stop gains. Oh, don't be a baby about it. The market's always going to move somewhere, right? Better to take your money and walk away than stay at the table. Too poor all on puts. Are puts going to capitulate? I mean, we're going to probably get some profit taking if we bounce back above 50-80. See everyone complaining about getting stopped out? That's profit taking. Don't worry, Greg. I rebalanced my 401k. 70% Vanguard Total Bond Fund, 30% high yield trash. All right. Let me know when to go long, Gorik. I'm the credit event now. Earlier, Israel said Saudis helped them shoot down missiles from Iran. Saudis just came out now and said they did not help them. LOL. It's just... I mean, I think the Christian fundamentalist viewpoint is probably the most accurate. It was just anti-missile systems from God, right? Protecting the Holy Land, ensuring the end of the world. AKA Jewish space lasers. Why do those people want the world to end so badly? And why do they think it's the Jewish Messiah that's going to do it? Like the Jews didn't believe Jesus was the Messiah the first time around, but the second time they're going to change their mind. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thesis. Jews are gonna be like, "Fuck, Jesus is back. I guess we've been wrong for 2,000 years." No, it was the U.S. taxpayer. You're anti-Semitic. Stop theory crafting for 3 seconds and check DMs. What is this? Oh, just giant fat stacks of puts coming in? What do you expect? Huge spy orders? Yeah, because the MM's hedging Vana. They're just gonna buy fucking massive blocks of short-dated puts. Hedging Vega? How far out of the money are they? Hmm. It's hard to see it. A fucking tiny little screenshot. Yeah, that looks, well, maybe debit spread. Well, assumption is that it's bought, right? With an order that size, though, I don't think you can really determine. Sure. All right. Or they're just both bought. They're both bought and they sold the call. The video next leg down. I mean, every $10 there's a bit of support, but 50 and 30 are the most important levels to the downside. Durga's right about everything turning bearish after 1.5% down day. Yeah, that happened last week. That's always going to be the truth as long as people are shorting vol. If you get like a surprise downside, everyone's unprepared for it and it causes everything to sell off. I'm still long Vana here. We haven't recovered. They're keeping vol from increasing more, which is keeping the MM from selling off harder, but we really need to get back above that 50-80 level. Otherwise it's gonna tank. Israel retaliate during market hours? Do you think that they plan their military campaigns around market time? Maybe. Is it a good idea to close the short dated call hedge when the meatball hits the sauce, or just hedge above the sauce? They do it when they receive the confirmation they're out of settled cash. Didn't the Taliban bought a lot of shorts before 9/11? I have no idea. My May Spy 450p's are green. Congratulations, Dork. Ooh, fucking Upstart got rocked today. 7% down. It broke through the $23 level. I can't wait to buy Upstart for like fucking $8. It's gonna be awesome. You're a bad company. Downside targets 65. We're gonna run into resistance here at some point. It's either 50 or right here at 65. Ugh. When Upstart hits $8, I'm gonna buy shares again. I don't understand the carry trade. I thought you built that dollar parity indicator. Is it still 1-to-1? Hmm? Seems like everything's fine then. Do you think we bounce tomorrow? Does it all depend on where we stop today? They better fucking bounce it today or they're fucked, right? We're gonna open tomorrow. We're gonna open tomorrow into a lot of market maker sell off. This is only gonna embolden bears. Consolidation's a little bullish here. I thought we were gonna rip today. No. If we broke delta neutral, we could have, but we didn't. We failed it. And technically, we ripped into the market open pretty hard. Hmm. Ooh, gold's getting back towards 2,400 again. I do, Boston Consulting Group. And yeah, I can use like far lower concentrations than I can with like the Freebase one. So like the one my friend makes me is like 2 milligrams. It's like barely any nicotine. But if I did that with like Freebase, it'd be awful. It'd be jittery. I'd be screaming at Popcorn Trader. Jimmy about to go for single digits. Yep. Are we gonna stick to 50-50 for a month like last time? This range could be supportive. Like I said, 50-50 is basically just a standard correction, right? So if we bounce off 50-50, that bounce could persist. At least the second half of the year should be calm with only a presidential election. Will depend on if World War III has begun or not. It's begun. Oh, relax. Not enough DRS. If more people direct registered their shares, it would be at 4,000. Yeah, that's not true. You size 17 and a half neck dress shirts. I got a thick neck. It's like I think it's like 18. I don't know. I haven't gotten fit for a shirt in a long time. The It's Begun was not hot. I mean, it hasn't. Got back above 2K in my margin account Friday. Today I'm above 2,500. Taking lots of profits here and waiting to see where everything falls. Thanks for preaching profits to degens like me. No problem, man. 4,000 Iranian house. That neck has to hold up a big brain. I have an oversized head. I have to special order the VWAP hats. Because hat stores don't sell hats on my size. I don't know if that has anything to do with my brain. C-section, baby? No. Sounds like discrimination for the large-headed. Yeah, maybe. What was a 3-bagger today? Could have been an 8-bagger. I'm just happy things are finally falling apart. I'm really happy that I waited to close out the short side of my strangle, which is now entirely closed. We can say goodbye to that. Ooh, VIX above 18? I could strangle 20 wide now. It's exciting. It's like Sputnik? No, Irish or Mega Mines? I don't know. I used to hate it when I was in like high school because none of the football helmets fit. Or I would have to like take pads out of them to get them to fit. Fortunately, I didn't suffer any concussions. Did you cry yourself to sleep on your big pillow? No? You have no business in football anyway. Traumatic brain injury. That's what my mom told me, but I wanted to be cool. Hey, Greg, in theory, if we move up and profit taking gets nasty, could we smash up to like 51.15? Sure. We could move back to like 51.25 if profit taking got really nasty. We're still fighting for 50.80 though, and the MM flipping back short Vana. One second. Sorry about that. I had to run downstairs. TLC looks so bad. Yeah, I can't wait to make calls on it. 51 61 69, dude. 50 69. Oh, okay, yeah. This pullback is so bullish. 5,300 end of week. New all-time low. This is legitimately bearish as fuck. You guys know that, right? This is the most significant drawdown in this year's uptrend by a long shot. The last 6 months, actually. Even I mean, December was kind of close, like end of December, I think. End of December drew down was like 2.5%. Yeah, this has that be. This is like 3.75. Is the 50 MA is more important than ever? 5081 ish. I mean, we lost it right away, right? It's fucking crazy. But yeah, I mean, the 50 MA is it's not important. But it's notable. It's already gone, right? I think it's at like 51.15, right? Yeah. 50 MA is at 51.15. QQQ broke down from this channel. It's been for like 7 weeks. Just barely. Let me take a look at NQ. I would say NQ still has a little bit to go. Right? Like on the weekly. Like if it fails, what's the low there? 17,826. That's the first part of like a bigger correction back to like 16.3 or back to 1600. %, sure the Cantonese place down the street gave me liver for their beef broccoli. I'm not mad at it. I just thought you should know. Huh. Odd. Really not like beef at all. I think that'd be a hard one to pass off. Like beef liver, I assume. How low do you think Upstart is going? My CSPs are in the money. Debating letting it get assigned to sell covered calls. I have $23, $4.19. I mean, realistically, I think the current economic conditions, Upstart could go back to like $10 or $11. I mean, it's not dog meat. The odor would be intense. Meat from like omnivores and predators is extremely unsettling as far as like its smell goes. I made money off one of my Vega plays. Nice. That's on unhedged overnight put. Hold or take PDT. Unhedged overnight put. How deep in the money are you? Can you just sell something against it? Like a shorter dated put or something like that? End of day, cheap call pumps. I mean, calls aren't getting very cheap with VIX at 19. So not cheap call pumps, but we could see them try to push us back above 50-80 before close. Is Dork gonna win this week? I don't know. I feel like no, because he has us like bouncing off of 5,000, and we're gonna go way the fuck below that if we test 5,000, especially this soon. But we'll see. Powell speaks tomorrow, right? So there'll be some neutral positioning and stuff around that. DMs, are you proud of me? Nice. Very nice. But he's gonna mention the U.S. policy, right? So it'll still be an important event, despite the fact that the overall event is about Canada. How often will we have days like this moving forward? Well, the higher VIX goes, the higher the likelihood of days like this becomes. Does today cover their SLG deposits with this sell-off? Not necessarily. That's only if, I mean, margin requirements have increased, right? I didn't pick up on the flavor at all until I mixed it with leftover lo mein. Had a bit of chopped onion in there. Strong taste of liver and onion now. I choose to believe it's beef. I mean, it's if it tastes like liver and onions, it's probably beef. Dog meat smells terrible. If you're worried about what that other guy said, racist. But anyway, um, probably not dog meat. Liver is kind of weird though, because it's hard to pass off beef liver as beef. Maybe it's just the velveting, like because they like the cornstarch. Maybe you had it in the fridge too long, got rancid or something. It does, yeah. Supposedly, it smells a lot like bear meat, which is, yeah, you would know right away. There's absolutely no question. What's that giant synth long at 5,000 feeling today? Substantially less profitable. How's it hanging, Gert? Couple questions I've been pondering. Have you sold your GME yet? Yeah, a while ago. What are your plans to dodge the draft? I don't need to. I'm not sure ice cream bars are an effective currency for bribery or bartering. Anyway, have a good one. I think they're gonna be fine. I just need to convince one person with a gun to have an ice cream sandwich with me. I'll be like, hey man, don't shoot me. Let's have some ice cream sandwiches. And then I get them within like 3 feet. Boom. Now I have a gun and ice cream sandwiches. I'm prepped. Don't worry. Is walking gonna be unbanned? Oh shit. I mean, it's been so peaceful. Netanyahu declines phone calls from several foreign leaders to avoid pressure on Israel not to strike Iran. Nice. Picked up 499. That's nearly at the top for my first 1,000+ gain in my pickle port. Nice, man. Well done. Think of how peaceful it would be if I were banned. I don't like it. I don't like that world. I don't want to live in it. Exchange walk-in for AJ. Right now that seems like a good idea. But that's just because the memory of walk-in's not fresh. What the fuck was that? Hold on. I think my cat just broke something. I don't know. Whatever the cat knocked over, he's hiding now. Walk-in only gets banned after the market's crashed. Unbanned after the market crashed. It's not during. Cat, wasp, mold, earthquake. Take your pets. Ban Bob until the Fed cuts rates. So forever? Is there any bounce in sight? Why does everyone want to buy calls during bear time? I mean, probably. We could probably get back above 50, 80. I don't know. MM's still long Vana here, but they're shorting vol, so maybe they get it. We'll see. Hawkish pause, chill. And twerk until he learns a third dish. 5100 C's are getting pretty cheap. How cheap? Not if they raise rates, they're not poopy pants. You know damn well they could go either way. The real question, break 50-50 before end of week, yes or no contracts. The likelihood is significantly higher. Break 50-50. I mean, it's fucking like $18. We've already dropped 100 today. I feel like it's like 50-50 is not that big of a deal at this point. If AMC goes bankrupt, is that the end of movie theaters? I hope so. This is not... No. Stop saying market crash, Cobra. Cinemark is doing well. We just said 5100C are cheap. $1.20 for an option 30 minutes out of the money with an hour 50 left is not cheap. No, it's not. But it'll look really cheap if that option goes in the money, right? Must be crime. Cinemark same as Mafia, confirmed. Maybe. I've never seen an AMC theater in the wild. They have a few of them here in New York. What's some packs? Did HYMC go up with? No, because they don't. HYMC doesn't have any gold. They just own dirt in Nevada. Gherk, I bought some packs and I'm down 10 cents. I'm financially ruined. Why'd you do that? It's too soon. There was other lines. You could have waited. They won't raise rates, Goric. Why not? Let's assume that the Fed cannot come up with a novel thought, right? Like I think well no, hear me out. Hear me out. Assume that they are incapable of thinking new things, which leaves them only their past decisions to rely on. And if inflation is rising against the backdrop of already higher federal funds rates, and there's a chance of hyperinflation, the only response the Fed knows is Volcker. It's also the only response that would save the banks. And we do know how much they like banks, right? They're very fond of banks. But do you think you know Iran's one of the world's largest uranium producers, right? They can't Bernanke it. There's no money. The piggy banks run dry. So here's the thing, Poopy Pants. Sure, they try to Bernanke it. Then the top end of the yield curve goes to 20%. As US debt is downgraded into oblivion. It's the same thing. Still same like rate hike. Cut rates, hike rates. Hike rates, also hike rates. The moral of this story is rates up. No, you can't telegraph you're going to Volcker the market. You just have to do it. If you telegraph it, it's not as effective. Is that why gold is jumping 1% a day? Are folks jumping off the currency ship? No, central banks are. Rates up for like 3 months, then back to ZERP. There's no ZERP. ZERP is dead. We killed it. We killed it, we resurrected it, and then we stabbed it to death again. Cough, Gresham's cough. Just one more ZERP for old time's sake? I mean, if we ZERP again, it's just downgrades across the board, right? It'll ruin our ability to raise capital. So even if we do it, no one's gonna buy our shitty treasuries. Then Peter Schiff wins. But my mortgage also gets downgraded in cost. Zero interest rate policy. GME about to rocket as the market crashes? No, GME about to crash right alongside the market. Then it'll go up like 1,000% from $1 to 10 when the market recovers. That's MOASS. Don't miss the top. There's no alternative to zero interest rate policy. I mean, there's a ton of alternatives. We just don't use them. I'm just glad we finally get MOASS after 3 years. Tesla seems to defy all odds as well. When's Cybertruck Forex market? Oh, Jesus. There's zero interest rate among women 18 to 35. Yeah, but from 35 to 45, you're a stud. Nope, ZERP. Yeah. According to MMT, we should put interest rates at zero, quadruple government spending, and print more dollars than there are atoms in the universe. Alternatively, we could just raise our rates to 8 or 10%. Get everyone to buy our debt. It'd be so liquid. Like spermicidal jelly. He's not gonna take paper losses. Get the fuck out of here. Glass Kegel, 1210 candle on ES has no wick on the 5-minute. That's illegal and must be corrected. Composite Man says so. Tesla lay off 10%. That's just from the factory that closed, right? Dare I say Tesla 50? How would you feel about Tesla 0? Wasn't spermicidal jelly pretty viscous? No? Well, depends on how warm it is. What the fuck? Who's Evan? That's psycho shit. Who brings condoms and spermicidal lube to a party? Yeah, I know. Miraculous recovery to 51.25. That's excessive. A bit. $5,100 would be reasonable, but it's way overpriced. Is 50 on the table? Man, we can barely get above 80 right now. How many fucking failed tests of the 80 do you guys need? And you're like, I'm gonna buy a 5150. Let's go. It's too much bull left over. It's gross. I don't know if you guys were here this morning, but we failed Delta Neutral. You do understand that bounces down here are suppressed, right? This isn't Gamma Neutral. It's DN. Our meatball is drowning. Is 5200 possible in the next 5 minutes? I have a 5400C. Pickle jar is more bullish below DN than above GN. I really want to create an oscillator that just uses like a large language model to determine the current sentiment of pickle jar chats, but all of them in aggregate, like the Dillionaire chats, the poor chats. like I want, and it'll oscillate from absurdly bullish to no reason, for no reason, to market crash. That'll be the top and bottom signal. So market crash, you go long. Absurdly bullish for no reason, you go short. You win every time. You know who else was really bullish today? Wall Street Bets. Don't be like them. Come on. Makes me feel like I haven't taught you guys anything. Which might be true. That would require a large amount of understandable language. You may need to exclude Zillionaire. True. Where's bullish TLT on this chart? It's not a real thing. TLT to 50. 10? I wonder what the highest the 20-year could get to is. Reasonably. What? It didn't exist in the 80s. What did the 30-year hit in the 80s? Yeah, let's go with like 10.5%. No, the 30-year in 88 was at 10.229. No wonder the boomers are fucking rich. Tenure was at 15 and 81. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Good. U.S. officials tell Wall Street Journal they believe Israel will launch an anti-Iran operation today. Nice. Now, the next thing we need is just sky-high oil prices. Let's see how long it takes us to get through 1974 to 78. I'm going to say 2 months. Don't you start with me? They didn't have QT and QE. Yeah, they did. They just didn't use it because they weren't fucking stupid. Why can't it compound? What, you can't invest your interest? I said I should have been born in the 70s. This is not what I meant. Where does the want it to close? I don't think it matters at this point. The MM's broken. They're about to go long as fuck vol at the drop of a hat. 51.40. But still, I don't think that's happening. If we round trip to the 1950s, fast as fuck, I might be okay. Well, you just need... we need World War in between there. So 5 years of World War, then we can go back to the 50s. We need real growth that's not driven by monetary policy. 10% risk-free for 30 years. Sign me up. Yeah, it's still ridiculous. It's a ridiculous amount of interest. We haven't had that since the 90s. I know. How do I go long lead? I don't know. I've never tried to go long lead. No, not bullets. I just got back from meetings all day. I hope I didn't miss anything. No, I'm sure whatever you missed was covered extensively in your meetings. How about AI? It's totally not just going to make everyone obsolete except the rich. It's not going to do anything because we don't have AI. We have large language models. Excuse me, sir. If you have a moment from still playing the market, I've delivered a message via pigeon carrier in the DMs. Ooh, fuck yeah. I mean, yeah, that's nice. Can we get a gradient slapped on that? I think I finally found an appropriate time to send you this. Nuke better fall off another ladder in a few weeks. Neutral positioning end of day, or they just want to wait for tomorrow to position for JPOW. Like I said, we could get a bump up, but 5080 is going to be hard to get over. I think most of the effort here has been exhausted in trying to just stabilize price, and that's barely been successful. It'll make NVIDIA a lot of money as the bubble builds, and then pop and rug hard when everyone realizes real AI requires quantum computing. I mean, it doesn't even matter about the computing. We just don't have, we're probably not going to have general intelligence in like 20, 25 years. We're not like even anywhere close to it. How are we going to even power general AI and quantum computers? Why would Elon ever build something smarter than himself? Think about that. Or that had the potential to be smarter than him. You really don't understand narcissists, do you? We're gonna get the part where we overthrow the thinking machines and have mentats instead. The cars are smarter than him. He didn't build the Tesla. Other people did. He took credit. Hmm. My coffee maker broke this morning, and then my car had a flat. But then I got to see your immensely ruggedly handsome face, and things didn't seem so bad. Sounds like a song. What's it from? Sound of Music? My favorite things is what you're thinking of? Yeah, okay, that is it. God, Julie Andrews is a fucking boss. Which which he even stole that idea from Edison. Between that and his hair plug stolen from Tom Brady, this guy's about as original as RSS's crime theories. No, I'm not thinking of Dido. Dido's from the song Stan. That's not Sound of Music. It's Dido. I had such an intense crush on Julie Andrews. Imagine her singing to you while she rides you. Oh my. You need to calm the fuck down, hamburger helper. Alright. She's a goddamn national treasure. Straight to jail. Yeah. Just a spoonful of sugar? Am I right? She's British, right? We're a British colony. Formerly. Formerly known as a British colony. American movie. I packed my PS5 with me on my trip to Binghamton. Am I a child? I think we've established that. I mean, I'm well aware that Julie Andrews is British. You know what they say? Former British colony, same like future British colony. Julie Andrews is German. She was born in Walton on Thames, Surrey, England, in October 1935, just before the war. Pre-war, baby. I didn't even know Julian Assange could sing. A well-known German airbase. We're now a whopping 3.9% away from the all-time high. Yep. We should head into my puts for a small profit this morning. Do you think Kenny allows takebacks? It's a good question. I don't know. At what price would you buy shares of IWM? I wouldn't. I don't like it as an index. I think finding value in small caps is far more worthwhile endeavor than just buying the index. But I would wait till interest rates appeared to be on a decline. Tighter financial conditions are stifling for smaller businesses. What price would you go long TLT? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Why would anyone ever go long TLT? Also, you don't buy ETFs because you're convinced they're going to fail. I think they're a failure point. I did own some QQQ till last week. It's not that I don't buy them, I just don't keep them. I was long TLT till 3 weeks ago, but now it doesn't make any sense. Lockheed Martin wins $17 billion U.S. missile defense contract. Cool. Let's hope they're not as inept as Boeing. If you could pump it like $15, that'd be great. Why are you still trying to play the pump after me repeatedly telling you that we're having a hard time breaking 50-80? You're really trying to live the dream. Why wouldn't everyone just short strangle the fuck out of everything here? We're an hour till close, and at the money options are fucking $10. To be fair, BA only seems inept at making consumer level products. I don't hear about the doors falling off of government planes. Some of them don't even have doors. Maybe that's the solution. Just get rid of the door. Too busy long strangling tomorrow. Today was fun. I enjoyed this. I would like volatility to stay at 20 forever. This is where it should be, right? This is the sweet spot. I don't want to pay $30 for an at the money SPX contract. I'll pay 10. And then I just want 100 basis points of range on either side. Sure, I think made in the USA doesn't mean what it used to. Sometimes it means made in Canada, then shipped from somewhere in the USA or Mexico or any other country. Assembled in the USA, like a Chevy or a Toyota. Can you stay pinned here so my short put theta can burn off before the next leg down? Maybe. Assembled near the USA is next. I mean, have you met the USA? Why would you want something built here? We suck at building shit. We haven't been good at building shit for like 60 years. Can you explain why strangle versus straddle? Because you have a larger implied move, and straddles are too expensive. Like look like if you go price it out, look at the returns on an at the money straddle with VIX at 19 versus out of the money strangle, and you'll see that they're quite similar. What does OPEX look like this month? Pretty big actually for a non-quarterly. It's not too crazy though. After today, Charm might be veering towards negative going into it. I build things. Some of it's pretty okay. I was more referring to infrastructure, but okay. I mean, I guess remodeling a bathroom is household infrastructure. Not a good thing with GM. I had an idiot run a red light in one and hit me a few days ago. My car is going to need to be in the shop for a bit, and his is demolished. Whole front end came off. Nice. That's intentional. That's why you're both alive. Good job being alive, by the way. I don't recommend anyone visit the hospitals I've helped design. How do you choose the strikes on the strangle? All right, so this is what I do, and don't tell Dork because he's gonna get mad at me for giving away alpha again. I take a rubber sheet, like just like a thin piece of rubber, and I massage Dork's scalp with it until all his hair is standing on end, and then I stick balloons with different strikes written on them to his head, and the first one that falls off is the one I buy. Shut up! Oh shit, he's here. I didn't know he was here. God fucking damn it! No, we don't throw darts at them. We can't. We don't want Dirk to get injured. The net skew adjusted gamma chart you posted this morning shows very little put positioning below this price. I'm thinking about playing a bounce as profits are taken here. Risky. I'll tell you why. Because put positioning can grow exponentially from this point down on rising volatility. The MM is long Vana, which means that they're going to buy short dated near the money puts in order to hedge that risk. So if vol goes up, the MM just starts rapidly buying 0 DTE at the money puts. And I'm sure you can imagine the effect that that can have on price. You're just making up market mechanics now. Maybe I am. I know this crazy method via Dork. Didn't Galileo Galilei use it to chart the constellations? I mean, it's got some basis in physics. Use it to predict futures dependent on day of birth and stellar planetary position. We don't buy into that shit, okay? There's a yeah, I mean there's a real probabilistic outcome to which Balloon falls off of Dork first based on his static polarity, right? And if we assume that Ken Griffin is also similarly charged, then we know where he's going to make his moves. Mercury in retrograde 100% impacts his polarity. Does that mean that Dork and Ken have the same hairline? No. Waiting to hear where the crystals factor in. He just puts them in his butt. I don't know why he does it. I don't think it affects the outcome of the strategy at all, but he does. It stabilizes my root chakra. Yeah, that's what you keep saying. But there's been no discernible difference in backtesting. I think you just like putting them in your butt. Backtesting. I wonder how many people have come into this stream over the years and been like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? I still say that. Well, like, how many of them come in here and believe that that's like an option strategy that we actually do? I feel like my delivery is pretty deadpan. You may not like it, but this is peak pro trading advice. I mean, even sticking balloons to your head's better than most YouTube channels. It's probably got more discernible alpha, too. When I joined, it was all permanent hairdos and French Union soup discussions. I stayed. Genius. I think the cool stream cards give an insight to how the stream is. Maybe. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I don't understand 90% of the words. I just like Mr. Poopy Pants. We're gonna leg down now in distance from 50, 60. I mean, we could just stay here. Yeah, maybe end of day we get like a little move, but that came out pretty good. Can you name a previous SLD where we were red on Monday? March? Feb? This red, absolutely not. But I just reheated my dinner from last night. It's like pasta with it's like asparagus and uh artichoke hearts with like white wine sauce. It's pretty good, but I ate all the chicken last night, and so it's not as good. No, they just taste like artichoke hearts, Gav. I can't hear you on the Discord for some reason. That's because Discord's broken. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's not working. I have it on good authority that all these crazy objects flying around our atmosphere are interdimensional demonic beings heralded forth by the horror of Babylon, who interestingly enough was brought forth via ritual black magic called the Babylon Working MTF. What the fuck did I just read? Was Discord busy readying their IPO? I wonder if that was walking. Wait, Walken's back? Apparently. Sounds like Walken's off his meds again. He's never been to a doctor. If he went to a doctor, they might give him the jab. He only goes to the veterinary's office. CTA trigger number 2. Yep. Walken, same like Lisan Al Gaib. He would never get that close to a needle. Where else can you get ivermectin? Thanks for explaining the joke. I don't know if you ever answered this, but would your pontiff get your eggplant parm recipe? Yes, along with a strict NDA. Was walking back because I said composite man? Sorry. It's like a bat signal for him. AMD's already failed DN, technically. I didn't see the new Wall Street Bets banner. Look at those gold prices. Yeah, no. We have relatively big one-day moves like this for indexes. Does that make overnight straddles better or worse? Arguably worse on declining volatility. Also, vol's really too high for straddles now. The rituals performed by Jack Parson and L. Ron Hubbard, their goal is to produce an immaculate conception to deliver what Crowley called the Moonchild. Parsons claimed they succeeded in his autobiography shortly after, NHI, Non-Human Intelligence. If you ever dox me like that again, I will ban you, Walken. Permanently. I usually tentatively put in some orders at night based on pricing and then adjust them in the pre-market. Was this guy talking about Scientology? I have no idea. Excuse me, is this a real quote from Scientology? Children are considered adults in small bodies? L. Ron Hubbard believed that children have ancient and immortal spirits, or thetans, within their bodies that are capable of carrying out the same responsibilities as an adult. What the fuck? That doesn't sound good at all. Did Scientology invent lollies before the Japanese? Tom Cruise is still an adult in a child's body. You should read up on Scientology. Good info on how to run a cult. I mean, religion. I don't know a lot about cults. Lauren Hubbard needed a reason to have all those young boys. I mean, ancient men in childlike forms crew his yachts. Yeah, this whole thing just sounds like an excuse. Next, you're going to tell me Joseph Smith invented Mormonism to bang teenage girls. Well, there weren't any teenage girls in Utah at that time, so it was mostly just to give himself some masturbation material. But down the road, sure. NHA became prevalent in America, so much so that representatives from the USAF began to question Parsons, knowing his occult background. Are these things you're doing? Parsons replied. I think so. Parsons later went on to found JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, i.e., NASA. You know, with a good dose of brains comes a whole lot of crazy, right? It's like when they have anime and there's a young child being sexualized, and they just say, oh, that character is actually 12,000 years old to dodge the whole social unacceptability. Those are called lollies, and yeah, I already made fun of that. You gotta fucking pay attention, man. I think your problem's not that you're autistic, it's that you're deaf. I didn't realize Walken was actually back in full force, apparently. And he's converted to Scientology. When you thought he couldn't get any better, you were right. Now known as Uber Walken. I think May 31 2C is a waste of $5. Sounds like it. I think if we fail 5,000 before that simp long position pulls back, the market could actually crash. There's like 1.6 million contracts at that strike. Sometimes when it's slow, listen to true crime podcasts. Do you think you can just read some ramblings of Walken for me instead? Thanks. Are you trying to compare me to the criminals? Scientology believes we feel bad because of aliens. Makes sense. Why else would we feel bad? It wouldn't be self-imposed, right? Why would we do that to ourselves? The pickle jar cult is like the plot of the life of Brian. Don't try to compare Walken's manifesto with Ted Kaczynski. I feel bad because of the Dementors. That makes, yeah, okay. I told you to summon your Patronus. You told me they just steal his cowboy hat. Sorry, Gert, just tabbed over. What would cause a market crash? Stuff breaking. Like, specifically right now, what is most likely to cause one? I would say it's kind of a high risk for a credit event. The European Union cuts rates before the Fed. Oh god, he's still going off. This connects directly to what Chris Bledsoe states he saw involving the lady and the bull. She warned that there would be a great awakening in the knowledge of humanity, and that soon there would be a shift, but there would be trouble first. Bledsoe claimed she showed him... I don't want to read the rest of this shit. I think he's just like copy and pasting an article. Yes, sir. Could you define credit events? A situation in which an entity, a corporate or government entity, uh, has a negative change in credit conditions that breach the terms of a credit derived contract. So failure to pay on bonds, repudiation or moratorium, or obligation default. Well, that's kind of one and the same. BOJ pegs to the dollar. That'd do it. Is that a big deal? Yeah. Banhammer was Walken in jail? I assume so. Or he got a new credit card and realized he could donate on Ko-Fi again after I blocked his old one. It's going to be Citi. It's always Citi who's over leveraged. Yeah, you don't think like whoever picked up Credit Suisse's bags is in more trouble? We're gonna sell off into close. We could. I mean, geopolitical tensions are high. Makes sense. If you're a betting man, would you bet would be the most likely one of us to reignite world hunger? Huh. Like of the pickle jar? Dork? Why dork? Are you making fun of his pork chops? Yes. Okay. Nice. I'm calling another Iceland bank failure like '08. Okay. But like just Iceland? Can we fly planes through Iceland's bank failure? How are you affecting Vol Crush from a huge pump into your position tonight? I'm buying a strangle at close. Tell me to 20% port silver. Huh. I don't hate silver. I just don't like it at all. If you're playing silver as a monetary hedge, that's terrible. If you're playing it as a dollar denominated commodity, that's already kind of high. Are banks still fucked if the 10-year gets to and stays over 5%? Well, that was true in December. I don't think it's changed much. Doesn't look like they've been able to loan a lot of money, you know? It's really hard to roll your shit position when no one wants to buy a house at 9%. JPO is going to come out and announce he's actually Latino, and we're going back to 5,200. I mean, if JPO announces that he's the Latino representation at the Fed, we're going to 6,500 at a minimum. I was wondering what you thought SPX will do tomorrow as well as the rest of the week. Given that we dropped 1% today, will we bounce due to overselling? Well, we've stabilized here, which is probably the full extent of our range for at least a moderate correction, right? If we continue down from here, we are going to start to accelerate into the JPM long puts and delta neutral, which would then confirm a much longer and wider downside range. So it's possible that we could find support here, although it's not very likely yet. Things are still quite bearish. Is that the only way for banks to get out of their underwater duration risk? Getting mortgages out at the higher rates, it helps. Oil prices and JPOW tomorrow. I know. I didn't unban walk-in. I think he got a new credit card. Fiscal dominance play, same like monetary hedge. Yeah. Two DT strangled tonight, just throwing money away. Theta's getting a little pricey for me. There's a risk that realized volatility could be crushed tomorrow because we had such a large move today. In which case, yeah, you could be in a bit of a dangerous spot with a 2DT strangle. I would say that you're safer being closer to the money in the event that you're going to not buy a lot of theta. So it might be better to have a straddle. But price it out, look, because I don't know what the vol is on the contracts you're looking at. Oh, this downside already realizes SLD going to be soft then? Not necessarily. Margin requirements are up, right? Despite the market being down. If rates continue up, do you think it's possible we see additional bank failures this year, or does the Fed backstop everything again? I think the Fed pulled the backstop because they expected this, right? Otherwise, they would have left it in place. I don't think the Fed wants to hold the bags for the banks. They've got their own bags, right? There is technically no BOJ intervention. Like, everyone keeps talking about this, but they were very clear that they're not intervening unless there is a tail event. Now, the Ministry of Finance, they have like 300 billion in reserves, roughly two something. I think it's like 260 something. But to what end, right? They're better off just raising rates than intervening. They're just gonna blow all their fucking money, all of their reserves, intervening on for the yen in FX markets. But nothing's gonna change, right? Like, the dollar is gonna continue up, and it's gonna be leveraged against the yen. So their best solution is to bring their real rate in line with that of the dollar. If you cash little SPX, do you get more money? Sometimes. Usually not. Seriously, Greg, why would Iran shoot that many missiles and drones at Israel? I don't know. Needed room for new ones? It wasn't really very effective, right? SPY down 10% by Mayopex? I mean, it could, right? But Iran doesn't have any money. Yeah, they do. Perhaps they were at their expiration dates. Maybe. I have June 5100 5000p bare debits. Considering closing the sold 5,000s, but aware we could bounce off 50-50 here, are 5100s with less theta the right hedge if I do so? Not really. Maybe like, why 5100? It's not a very relevant point to the upside. Maybe like 5125 or 5150, something like that. 5100 doesn't really make sense there. Name one Iranian money. The Rial? Their GDP is 4,669 million. Billion. Yeah. So, like, it's not too bad. Are we gonna start trading the Tehran Stock Exchange? Actually, that might be illegal. I was thinking 5100 Cs would transition to in the money as my puts lost their moneyness, but that was pretty much it. I'd also be happier to buy a cheaper hedge, like the 5125s. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to hedge the same strike you're long, right? I guess you could. It's just kind of overpriced. Because you're also short the 5,000 contract, which would gain value on the upside. So you already kind of have a hedge built in. But I'm assuming you're going to close the short call. Why wouldn't you just stay in the spread? I mean, you definitely don't need to hedge that 1-to-1 if you do stay in the spread, and then just like confirm a breakdown before closing the short put or yeah. How many DTE are you gonna buy on your strangle? I bought Friday, probably the AM contract. Not saying you're wrong, but check DMs. Okay, you can't just cross out their GDP and write 0, popcorn. Okay? Odorous Dan, thank you so much. Welcome to Cornishon, guys. Enjoy your Dillionaire coupons and give Odorous Dan a shout out for hooking you up. That's membership discounts straight out of New Jersey. You can't get more money than that. Central banks hate on this one weird trick. Yeah. Dork wasn't a member beforehand. I don't know. That's a good question. I sold more 500p for tomorrow. Ooh, brave. Chances this reverses all losses tomorrow. I mean, not very high. It's green again. I'm a genius. Gherk had nothing to do with my awesome decision. Are you talking about your May 480p again? I don't know why you're trying to stop the market from going lower than that, but I don't like it. I'm about to go into a demo with HubSpot so they can try and grift me into purchasing their mid software. Got any questions you think the demo person could give me to influence my short? I doubt people on their sales team know they even have a tradable stock. This can't possibly go lower tomorrow, right? What about the volatility shorts? What about them? I mean, they're currently big fucked. Why is Dirk building a put wall? I don't know. How will you get your data back when you decide to move to Salesforce? Does the rest of the week look any different compared to the pickles picks? What was the pickles picks? Are you talking about like our weekly forecasts? You mean the meaningless shit we do before we look at options data? Yeah. Fucking, I mean, we're still largely in the closing range indicated by all of our selections that are 20 BPS from each other. Is VIX one day any good to help trade intraday? Nope. Pretty much useless. Would BAC earnings be a nice opportunity to see more Shartsy? Maybe, yeah. You mean the lines that are like a Monte Carlo simulation, but worse because it's only 3 lines. We did break the like local downtrend. That's kind of bearish. Bear's gonna need to reposition tomorrow, or are their puts longer dated? They've been buying longer and longer dated puts, but we're still above delta neutral, so we're not gonna see a lot of like buying of put gamma, except for the right? Because we dropped so hard that they're just floating right now, just floating above being long Vana again. Are you anti-semantic? I personally think poison dart frogs should be gray. You're such a weird dude, man. I mean, I like it. Hmm. So everything is just terrible, and if we lose 50-50, the market maker goes long Vana again. Holy cow, so the top is definitely in, right? There's no way they bounce this back. Sure they could. Israel could agree to a ceasefire with Palestine tomorrow, and we could be back at 5,200 by the end of the week. He just said above DN. Yeah, I know. We're above DN. 10 minutes. 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 10 Is your market cap above that of AMC now? What's it worth? $653 million. Yeah, unfortunately. But I have a freezer full of ice cream sandwiches, and I haven't had it assessed, but I would assume that that's probably worth more than their entire business. What's it worth is a relative term. I would maybe trade a 2010 Nissan Sentra for the company straight up. What color? I mean, champagne gold. Okay, I agree. Roughly equal to Iran's GDP. When are we gonna start trading super duper big boy positions and risk my monies? My hard earned monies? I don't like this. Why not? Well, I don't mind losing my fun money, but I don't want to lose my big money. But that's how you keep the monies, is by not losing them. I think selling butterflies and nailing the closing price is almost as fun as zero DTE. It's a fairly low risk, high reward endeavor. Although it's easy to be wrong. It's not a risk when you can call Larry Fink and do the mustard dance to bail you out. True. Popcorn just burns his monies? I know. And losing? SPX on the daily, zoom out as much as you can. Okay, why? I've seen it. I've made more money trading than my regular job. If I do this consistently, could I do it full time? How long to be consistent? A year? Yeah. If you can make more money than your regular job for an entire year, and you keep your drawdowns in check, then it seems reasonable. You won't know till you try. I will say that trading when you have consistent income coming in psychologically is a lot different than trading for a living. Because things change, right? It goes from oh cool, I made 5 grand today to fuck, I need to make 6 more grand before the end of this month. If you could trade for a year and make more than your job and work, why quit? Because you could make more if you weren't doing both. Desperation is motivational. Nope. What if you don't have a job? Perfect. Nothing to lose. I'm currently trying it. It's scary as fuck. Yeah, it's a little. If you're used to the security of having a job, it's a little daunting. I'm scared if you don't say ding ding, the market will never close. Oh shit! Yeah, I was looking at futures. Sorry, ding ding. I didn't realize we were past the time. Yeah, it looks like futures are settling out around 5100. We're getting a little bit of support here. It's not to say that this is going to bounce because it very well may not, but we are finding a little bit of stability, which should be expected. Uh, this is kind of where a normal correction would be about over, right? Roughly around this range, about 4%. Uh, Obviously, this is also very important because it can be the signal of a continuation, and closing at our lows for the day is not a sign of strength, right? We didn't get a bounce back. Volatility remained quite high into close, and all of that short vol is very, very, very much at risk. And now short vol at 5,000 is very much at risk, and there's quite a lot of it. The last time I looked, there were several 100,000 contracts on the put side. Yeah, the 5,000 put has 741,659, so 741.69. Why did Ryan Cohen do this? Contracts on the put side. So, whoo boy, if we go under that, bye-bye gains for 2024 at least, and maybe bye-bye gains for 2023 as well. Yeah, 741.69. Yuck. I know. It's disgusting. But in other news, commodities bounced back just a touch today, still well below their recent high. Yields rocketing higher. The 10-year closed a little lower than its intraday high at 4.618, up about 200 basis points. Dollar closed the day up about 17 points, or 106.19. Kind of far from the next critical level there, but getting a solid breakout above the 106 level. Correlation on the 1 month is starting to accelerate quite a bit. Correlation on 3 month also breaking down, but not nearly as rapidly as the 1 month. This is a big breakdown in dispersion. These moves are significant. They should definitely be paid attention to. The carry trade still getting levered up. I think largely in line with short vol experiencing increased margin requirements. We are seeing an increased demand for leverage within the carry trade. Remember that this is one of the few sources of sustainable liquidity that vol short sellers can lean on, and if they need to increase their margin capacity, this is the way to do it. We're getting very, very close here to the October highs, as yen has now plummeted. USD JPY has now plummeted. Well, yen has plummeted against the dollar. USD JPY is now at 154.22. The 155 to 160 range is fairly critical for the Bank of Japan in regards to the stability of their currency. And so, obviously, these ranges on the yen are going to encourage probably more rate hikes out of Japan. Forward yield on volatility closed the day at 6.81%. This is not quite its all-time high, but it's definitely the highest it's been since like April of 2022, which is notable given that the yield curve is also positioned positively right now. It wasn't back then. This means that anybody looking to hedge their bond portfolio is going to be looking to long vol to do that. And they need to hedge that bond portfolio because the value of those bonds is dropping very, very rapidly. Move, I'm not sure if this actually is printed for today. No, it's not. But probably also up again. Skews also not updated. About 14.71% of the S&P trading above its 20-day moving average. And beginning a new week here, correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures contract in front has dropped about 5% from last week's close. So we're getting increased positive correlation between VIX and cash VIX, which is also another sign that more people are going long vol. Gork, are we crashing? Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. We're pricing in a 0.37 rate cuts for 2024. So 37 points of cuts, which is roughly 1.5 rate cuts. That's it. That's all I got. We blew through the bottom of the market makers' implied move today. Closing the day out down 120 basis points. We're going to see those ranges extended tomorrow, especially with vol closing up so high. We're still seeing a significant amount of pressure on gold, so there's still a lot of fears about currency. We're starting to see some pressure on oil after it recovered from its 100 BPS drop earlier today. Gold now back above 2402. Copper also up, which is notable. That's about it. That's what I got. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope all of you made a bunch of money today. I feel like the morning breakdown was pretty easy to spot. So even the worst traders in here probably should have picked up a put at some point and made a little bit of money off of it. But who knows? Anyway, appreciate having you guys here, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Later.